Hi.
So, we're a minute late because we just got distracted, like, talking and hanging out. Which
Yeah.
is a real, particular, like, on occasion, it's a risk.
Hi,
Hello, Puppy Dog
puppy.
City.
Hi,
Hey,
friend of
Ruby
Puppy
Blue.
Dog.
I was just
Hi,
gonna
Ruby.
tell Bugs about how I enjoy, feral off-season baseball fandom.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Hey, Killer Lesbian.
Hey, howdy,
Hi,
howdy,
Gordon
howdy.
Footwork.
Hello.
Hello, fandom hop. I'm excited. Do we have a title and description besides "It's Commission Working Night"?
No,
Oh no, we have one. I see now. My phone just got it. My phone just got it.
don't worry.
I'm not worried about it at all.
Uh-huh.
Hello, everyone. And we have no new follows between streams, which is fine. I only just check on that stuff so that people don't feel left out. But it does mean we still have Trans Wario following us at the top of the queue, and I
Yay.
want like an award. Remember, kids, if you're on the testosterone, you have to take a good look at your diet. You want all of the nutrition, especially garlic. Hi,
Hi.
hi, B Clip S. Hey, hello, Police Call Jericho. Hello, Jester Radio. You just spent so much money on clown and mushroom themed stuff. Good. That's the ideal. You are heads up. You are sending me iTunes at
Oh,
720p.
that. Yeah, but that's literally the lowest I can send it now.
Why are you doing this to us, Discord? Thank you, Cause, for the
I'm
resubscription.
gonna change the
Yeah, we
voice
did
real
change
quick.
Did TTS Frenchify itself?
Yes, I don't know why.
Listen, our TTS decides to chain
Hi,
its own thing.
Angel.
Hello, Angel, too. Uh, was the TTS, like, scrutable? Should I read out Cause's resubscription message?
Oh, don't worry.
Okay. I can't hear the TTS, so it's a ghost that haunts everyone else.
I'm going to set
Hi,
it
Skelephant.
to a random English name, and we're just gonna pray to God that it sounds nice, okay?
Let's find out.
Uh,
Hi, Wookie Girl.
your name, TTS, is now. Kendra.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kendra. Really?
Kendra.
Interesting. Endra, not Kendra?
Kendra. You want to hear Kendra?
Okay. I mean, y'all can hear Kendra. Enjoy.
Let me do a test resub.
This is the test.
This is our test.
Don't think it saved my settings, or is that Kendra? Hi!
TTS might be doing its own fun thing tonight.
Oh, that's great. You love to see it. Hi, everybody.
And we will explain the rare pair once we start drawing. Never y'all mind. But, like, to be clear, this is just a rare pair because it's two characters who haven't fucking met in canon. Like, we're not doing anything weird with Alex, I'll promise you that much. Alex is obviously only ever dating Shell from Portal, as we all know.
Yeah, get it right. God.
It was in the... you have to pick up the right holo cover edition of the TF2 comic series from, I think, 2017?
Yeah,
25?
that's the one where Chell and Alex both meet Miss Pauling and they're like, hey, what's up?
It's the side adventure where it's just three lesbians.
That was my favorite art that Makani ever did of Miss Pauling pogging at the Haunted Women, so...
Mind you, the word pogging wasn't around yet at the time, so it's like one of those, like, you look back and you're like, oh, that's just a pog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You really... It's interesting. Once you see a pog, you see it in everything and everyone around you.
You kinda do. I'm still haunted by the fucking... why can I never remember the name of the cursed clay game?
Claymates?
Claymates. The fish pog. I'm still, like, it lingers in my dreams and thoughts. It's not good. We do got rare pairs. You had to explain what pogging was to your 47-year-old mom. I think you could almost explain... You know that one photo of the guy, and I always know he's like a famous musician, but I just always think of it as that photo of the guy playing the sax while the white boys lose their fucking minds.
Oh yeah. Meet the
I
Medic.
think you
That
can just
one, yes.
yeah, you think you can just point at that and go like, it's this emotion, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You still have the Claymates. Puzz, no. Puzz, no.
Mm-hmm.
Puzz, no. Puzz, Puzz.
We
My
can't.
good friend Puzz, puzzle gaming nerd. No.
We can't help Puzz. If she's cursed, we can't help them.
I can at least log my distress.
I don't know about that. Sorry, pal.
I'm literally like the friend in a horror movie, like
Mhm.
grabbing you by the shirt and going like, "Do not go back into that house, okay? Just leave your shit. We'll call the movers in later. Don't go back, okay?" And what do you do? What do you do? Go back in is what you do.
Half-Life VR Clay Eye? What's wrong with you?
No, 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 no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
I was reading a really interesting write-up about the original specs for the Ghibli Museum, and how what was really cool was the original exterior of the building was supposed to look like children had built it out of Play-Doh.
Yeah, that was so cute.
Yeah. I do keep thinking about that. They had like a watercolor concept art of that, and it was very cute.
And Langel, so I'm not scared of claymation,
Mm-hmm.
but when I was a kid, I got really like existentially freaked out by that fucking like hurt the whatever the fuck the little elf dentist one.
Oh, Herbie. Herbie, my friend
Herbie.
Herbie. That's right.
Thank you for the wasp, virtual pets. No, when I was a kid, I hated that, and I wasn't scared of the monsters in it, and I wasn't scared of like the deer or Santa or how unnerving Herbie was. No, I got fixated on and freaked out by the fact that he's the only unique looking elf, and all the other ones were perfectly identical copies. I remember being a little kid watching it and being like, why is he the only visually distinct one?
Freak
And
of
like
nature.
I was that kid who gets really worried about this shit. In other words, the kid that like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm sorry, I'm why standards and practices is like that sometimes, I think. I also got caught trying to jump off the roof with an umbrella, so I just really ruined everything for everybody. Hate how hearing the word Herbie just makes me think of the fucking car. Yeah, Herbie, parentheses, elf.
Herbie parentheses elf, yes. Alright, well, it is about 8:40, so I'm going to transition us over to warm-ups.
Yeah, let's start doing some warm-ups and we can explain what we're doing here tonight, because tonight, I'm the commissioner, y'all! Oh, hold on. Actually, Ruby Bloom says, oh man, I had a dream once where it was revealed that the elves are toys themselves, mass-produced, and Herbie was made with spare parts. He also became alive before he was completed, thus didn't like making toys. That's a better movie. That's the that we got the reboot. All right, can we call oh shoot, how am I forgetting? Can we call the guy who made the Clown Burger shorts and ask him if he'd be interested in headlining the reboot horror Rankin Bass movie? Because I think he would be.
Yeah, I think he would be.
I think he would be.
Yeah.
By the way, listening to a talk of his forced me to start realizing that every time someone tries to animate Rankin Bass style, they always do accurate ooh lips, but Rankin Bass doesn't have that. The mouth just open.
Oh, we're the kids, yes.
Worthy Kids, yes!
Sorry, I
Get Worthy Kids on the line.
I mixed it up with you know that horrible, well, it's kind of great, but it's kind of horrible one CG short about the fast food place that's just like full of dread.
That actually doesn't narrow anything down for me.
I'll have to find it later off the air.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Worthy Kids. He's kind of the Rankin Bass expert, in my opinion. But also, I just want him to do more sci-fi Sentai stuff. Because
Oh my god, that fucking... that was so good.
man really delivered us an entire fake stop motion fucking action series and even included a hero villain lesbian like romance tension. He gives us so much. He gives us all that and Big J from the rad fucking music video he made about vampires fighting clowns. Extremely important. Or the kids' rules.
So how you doing on this fine Wednesday night chat?
Yeah. I'm excited because... Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. Frankie.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I don't know. I got caught up in the middle of telling you to finish your damn sentence first, so it's not like I heard it if you finished. What'd you say?
Hang on. There's a car alarm going on outside.
God is trying to stop these streams.
I watched a little bit of Puppy stream, which was very cute, but then I watched Holly play Psychonauts, and now I'm thinking about Sasha and Mia, and I can't stop thinking about Sasha and Mia, and I'm thinking about Sasha and Mia.
Bugs is thinking about Sasha and Mia, so...
A little bit. What have you been doing?
I did the same thing stream-wise, like, a little bit of Puppy, then, like, on over to Psychonauts. But I also, like, skulked off early to actually water while it was sunny outside, so I could, like, yo, thank you, Josh the Zombies!
Thank you,
for the gift sub to Strawberry Lemonade Gay.
Thank you very much.
Oh god, you got 5 kittens in the house, aka 1,000 kittens. That sounds right, Puppy Dog City.
I read that.
That's how that feels.
I read that thing you said about, like, feeling like your phone was gonna try to wiggle out of your hand. I was like, oh, poor Puppy.
Oh, no. Phantom kitten syndrome. It was nice being able to be out in the garden, like, while it's light, because usually I water the garden when I go to sleep. And right now, my sleep schedule isn't that fucked, which means that I'm, like, going to sleep around 4 or 5. This is better. Chat, I need you all to understand this is tragically a massive improvement. But it means that I'm watering out in the garden at, like, dark, like a fucking gremlin, because I can see in the dark fine enough. Like, there's street lamps out there, it's fine. But also I am a ghoul. I occasionally wonder what the fuck people driving by think, and then I think, well, that's not my problem. That's fine.
That's exactly it. I also
not my problem.
I also do the, like, 4 a.m. watering thing, so...
It's kind of a nice time to do it in California, because if it's, like, super fucking hot out, that's kind of the best time to water. Like, take it from me, a person who grew up literally doing farming, you'll think to yourself, oh, I'll go and water in the evening. It'll be cool then. It will not be cool then. The earth has absorbed the sun's ire and is transmitting it back to you. Every mosquito and bug on Earth is out now. If it's super hot in California. It's true. Yeah, like, literally in my case, if it gets too hot around here, staying up until dawn is a smarter way to water.
Yep.
But I got to see the garden this time, and it's cute, because there's, like, a few things still, like, flowering, and I get to see the big old clumsy carpenter bees fucking bonk into things until they land.
Oh, that's sweet. I was actually...
I love them.
My folks took me out to an outdoor place a few days ago.
Oh, nice.
And while I was eating, a bee flew up to my arm and was kind of checking me out. And like, what the fuck are you? Because I guess it's been, you know, the whole lifespan it's had. There haven't been too many people outside.
I know, right? Like, that's part of why I, like, don't mind that my hamster is, like, so opposed to handling, because I'm like, oh, this hamster was, like, born during Petco's, like, quarantine era.
Exactly. And
it took him a while to just get used to me being outside his cage.
Oh.
Poor thing.
And it literally just hovered around my arm, and it was so close I could feel the breeze on my arm from its wings. I was just like, huh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Honestly, like,
Huh?
wasps, like, wasps and bees and stuff can be very scary, but most of the time, like, they're just checking you out. They don't know what you are.
Mm-hmm.
We smell like a lot of weird, interesting non-animal things.
Oh yeah.
Like, we all literally step outside smelling like flowers and fruit and then get surprised when insects are confused as we wear like bright colors and stuff. Like, it's usually good to just like hold still for a little bit. Also,
Mm-hmm.
wasps are cute and they will eventually remember you if you're nice to them. Like, the longer you can be calm around a particular hive of wasps, the more they're like, oh, it's that thing.
Yeah.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, my dad keeps having wasps get into his house, and he's deadly allergic to them, which is fun.
Yeah.
And he keeps feeding them apples, which is
Yeah.
doubly fun.
Friend, big friend, big friend. They will not sting.
I've been drawing Columbo so much, I think I drew Mio with one eye and squinted because I was thinking about Columbo.
I kind of like it though. It's kind of cute, is the thing.
She's thinking. She's thinking.
I feel like Mia is going to like secretly need reading glasses, and she's going to just keep them in a case in a pocket for like 20 solid years.
God. Oh yeah, chat.
She is only putting them on if she needs to read shit.
We realized, do you remember when we were doing the Columbo doodle page and we were like talking up this military contractor guy in an episode who was kind of a jerk, but you really
I cannot believe
you love to hate him. It turns out he's the voice actor for Wallace Breen from this little series called Half-Life.
It's so funny though, because we got to another episode where it was like more obvious somehow, and like during the bit, like near the, like there's always a bit in a Columbo episode where like near the end, Columbo has like the villain always starts like break down and like really start like get mad at him or like start like losing patience, and he totally hit that like it's Gordon's just a fucking dude. Why can't you kill him? Like voice tone. It was amazing.
It was really funny. So this was the episode Double Exposure, and then the other episode, the first episode he appeared in that we were talking about. Gosh, what was the name of that one?
Foundations for Murder, maybe?
No, that was Blueprint for Murder was the one that Peter Falk directed.
That's right.
Columbo
That's right.
Episode list. Hang on. Not in reverse. Death Lends a Hand. There it is.
The most helpful order.
Mm-hmm.
Death Lends a Hand. That's right. Columbo has a lot of title names.
He does. Bless his heart. The one of the ones I've been seeing.
I kind of like the formula for the names.
The last episode has the funniest name to see out of context, and it's Columbo Likes the Nightlife. Like, great.
Yes,
very
I can't.
cool.
Please, Columbo Disco. Please, Columbo in a disco.
God.
Please, I'm begging. I'm on my knees. I'm just slapping the ground. Please. We got Columbo in a jazz club.
I think it would be nice for him.
Also, Phantasmagoria Glitch asks, is Columbo one of those shows where the actors will play different characters? Not often, but a few times, yeah.
Yeah, weirdly enough, there's like for instance, Leslie Nielsen was in an episode that we saw, and it turns out that in a later episode he's going to be playing the victim of a murder. And in the episode we saw, he was the collaborator for a murder.
And we just saw an episode where, like, the dude who first plays the bad guy for, like, the book episode, that's, like, episode 2 or 3 or something, comes back to play the villain again, and both times, it's a very different character that's a great Columbo villain.
You know what's weird? He's a great actor, and that's, like, his only gig.
Yeah! No fucking kidding.
Yeah.
I kind of assumed he was someone like well known, but like in the 70s,
well,
you know?
Okay, so it's a little tragic. What happened was, you know how back in the 70s people were really into falling asleep while smoking cigarettes?
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse you, I think you mean definitely spontaneous combustion.
Yeah. So,
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
Fun fact, a lot of spontaneous combustion cases, if you look at them hard enough, you get to was smoking a cigarette after their customary evening scotch by the fire.
And they just exploded. Go figure.
It's the most mysterious. I don't know how Grandma, after having her nice evening cigar, could have possibly. Oh yeah, Magic Cat says, I wonder how many of them involve a crystal ball. If you ever own a crystal ball
Oh,
or
yeah.
like crystals, don't keep that shit in windows, people. Like, you know, amethysts or rose quartz or like those kinds of crystals, those are fine. But anything clear in any way, do not keep in front of a window. That is how fires start.
Go figure, huh?
Which I love because, like, you know, there's always the trope of like, oh, the mystic crystal ball for fortune telling with the cloth over it. Is the cloth part of the No, it's to keep like it keeps the dust off and it keeps the house from burning down.
Mystically. Mysterious.
Yes, mystic house burnings. Yeah, like as is said here, quartz is fine, but so many other stones, please don't put under high temperatures. Yeah, quartz is probably fine. Maybe keep like behind a curtain or something. It's just funny because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it looks so nice in the light, and I'm like, oh, this had better just be for that Instagram shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's tricky sometimes. Honestly, I love with Psychonauts just the slow. Raz is a great character because he's like the weirdest combination of like a rebel and a giant fucking nerd.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because he's literally running away from the circus to join the feds. It's kind of how that goes sometimes. The cool feds, don't get me wrong. I do love Mia and Sasha, and that's obviously who Raz like adores the most in the whole wide goddamn world. But also, I think it's funny to call the Psychonauts the feds because we all forget they are the feds.
Yeah, Chad, if you haven't clocked this already, if you've been watching Holly's Psychonauts playthrough, Raz's outfit is modeled after Sasha's. He's got the little turtleneck.
Yes, it's
he's
so
got the little
cute.
jacket. He's cosplaying.
It's the coat over the turtleneck. He is cosplaying. Do you think he has like? Okay, what if he? I always like to think that he has another outfit that's like a lighter clothing thing that's like a bunch. Like every time, like a weird like tie-dye or swirly color pattern cloth comes through his family, he keeps calling dibs.
Oh god, that'd be so cute.
A little neat outfit.
Let's see.
Like, I don't... It would have to be almost like... you know those, like, coats that have, like, a flare out at the bottom, but they're made of, like, kind of a stiff material, and they're kind of like a girl's coat, but also it's just a coat, who the fuck cares? I don't know, I could almost, like, sketch out.
Langel, you haven't watched it because you want to play the game first? Hey, go for it, but remember, the sequel comes out in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and also Psychonauts is pretty fucking cheap.
Oh yeah.
There have been sales where you could literally buy Psychonauts for, like, the change from your couch.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah. Which is so funny because
that sucker's been on sale for $5 before.
I remember back when I first wanted to play Psychonauts, desperately asking other kids at the bus stop for freshman year, like, do you have a used copy of Psychonauts for the Xbox? Would you be willing to part with it?
I think I got mine, like, used on, like, baby Amazon before it had really, like, swallowed the earth yet.
Oh, yeah!
But, I mean, obviously, I think, I'm hoping, maybe this is naive, but I'm hoping that everyone, as a fandom, will all be just super fucking cool about spoilers for a game that people have waited 14 literal fucking years to come out.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
I'm going to be cool. We will be so cool. If we mention any spoilers at all, we will have them on this. We will have like it'll be in the title of the fucking show,
Yeah.
and we will be like specific about what we're doing spoilers up to. Oh, I also played it on the PS2. It was weird.
I played it on the Xbox.
PS2's port is interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. uh fucking I bought it digitally on the Xbox 360's store when it became available. Um which I think didn't have the patched Meat Circus. My friend at the bus stop who managed to he was like, yeah, I have a copy, but it's scratched to shit. I'm sorry. Um, was like, hey, just so you know, before you get that game, I stopped like right at the ending because it's super fucked up. And I'm like, no, it's fine, it's fine. And then I took about 3 days to beat the Meat Circus because I had to train myself to do it. So it'll be interesting, I guess. Playing the unpatched final level was a ride. Yeah, fucking just the section with the tight ropes. Jesus Christ. Hello. Oh. Hi, Frankie.
It does. Where once I connect back in, it immediately decides to reboot.
Oh.
So that I go, oh hey, I'm back, and then I get the sound that is every sound Discord makes during its reboot and connect to a call sound at once.
Oh God.
At once.
Oh
At
God.
once. Yeah. Yeah. Meat Circus is a funny one because I've literally like played through the game since and been like, oh, this isn't so bad. I must have gotten better at games. And I think I did.
Mm-hmm.
But also they had to patch that fucker.
Let's see.
Yeah. My internet little devils, have patience tonight, but luckily at least it's better when it's on a drawing stream than when it's like Wander Song or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
And like Snail says, be chill. This is gonna happen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I have some fun interneted.
God, Puzz. Fucking, I still can't believe Puzz so early on in playing Psychonauts went for the 100%, especially on Meat Circus. Shock, terror. Puzz is powerful.
Puzz was activated. Also, I just fucking lost a personal game of is this Sam & Max music, Lupin music, or Bayonetta music? It's Bayonetta. It's Bayonetta. I was so sure this was Sam & Max.
Yeah, this is Rodon's bar theme.
I feel like Bayonetta would like Sam & Max, but also they should never meet.
Yes, she likes the funny doggy and the funny bunny. Let's see. Do I feel warmed up yet? I think I'm getting there. I think I'm just about there. Sorry about taking a little long to warm up today, guys. Because of the issue I had with my hand, I didn't get a lot of practice time in. Which was kind of funny, because literally I was like, okay, I can take a break and rest my hand for tonight. And then I was just like kind of idly stretching it out, because I've been kind of trying to stretch it slowly all day. And, something just popped into place, and then it stopped hurting, and I was like, oh. Well, it's a good thing it's before showtime, I guess. Go figure, huh? Is my hand okay? My hand's okay. It was aching real bad, but I think what happened was, a nerve got snagged on something, so. This isn't anyone in particular I'm doodling, I'm just doodling to doodle. I'm trying a new, color sketching technique where I'm trying to get a little more into blocking into the color and then doing lines. But obviously, Sketch-Dump ain't gonna be in color, so. You're not late to the Half-Life Rare Pair, we are just warming up for it. Frankie there? Oh dear. Thank you! I'm glad you'll like it. I'm going to keep an eye on collab chat. Oops, there goes OBS. There we go. So what did you guys get up to this week? Hi, Frankie. Hey, do you guys see Sarah?
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Okay. You minimized my iTunes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Hey, you guys see Sarah Murphy in chat? The hand sewing a jean vest because I was running out of patch space person. Sarah Murphy is going to be running a charity event, within, what is it, on the 13th, Sarah Murphy? Is that right? To help raise money for a rare condition, research into it. You guys should ought to follow Sarah Murphy and keep an eye on that. It's going to be playing through Half-Life 1. It's going to be really cool. August 17th, says Sarah Murphy.
Yeah?
Y'all check it out. Please? 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 Thank you.
On the 17th?
Yep. I'm drawing a lot and slowly picking away at making a set of stickers. Ooh, very cool cause.
Oh, we should also mention, hey, sorry that Minecraft check-ins have wound up skipping 2 months, but we are hoping in, like, not this Sunday, but the Sunday after that to finally be getting around to doing the Minecraft check-in stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Is that
absolutely.
audible?
Yes.
I kind of just took a random chance.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, when we do that, we'll be doing our usual, like, walk around to check out any new stuff that y'all have built. And we also are planning on doing a Chisel and Bits creation, like, showcase area, like a gallery type thing, which Snail will be organizing the space for specifically. Because if anyone's made any, like, new stuff in Chisels and Bits, getting to walk around, like, a display space was really fun the last time we could do that. So we want to have some place folks can just, like, put out stuff for us to look at. The vague plan is to have it to be like a park-ish space with like pedestals for people to put stuff in, or to be clear, the date's not set yet. We are saying hopefully, like in like I said, week and a half-ish.
There's one technical surprise-ish aspect that we're kind of trying to get to work out, so.
Well, there's that, but also just that, like, I'm still big time in recovery mode from being super fibro sick.
Oh yeah.
So I already know that this Sunday I'm not going to be up to doing Minecraft.
Yeah.
But we just wanted to make sure to mention that we're still planning on doing that, and I am excited to announce that not only...
Oh. He will make the announcement in just a moment, folks.
So, yeah, that wasn't a dramatic pause. That was my internet fucking caught it. Like, where do I start over from? Help me out.
I would like to announce that.
Oh, good! Thanks, internet. I'm down again!
No, you're up. We can hear you.
Fuck it! Fishing competition!
Yeah, we're gonna have a fishing competition, folks.
No cute preamble. Along with the Ender Dragon fight, we're going to set up a fishing competition because we think it'd be fun, and also it's an easy way to, like, make a group activity activity that isn't too chaotic,
Yeah.
we will probably set up some rules. I'm going to say we need to decide some stuff, like, do we want to allow people to have enchanted rods, or does everybody get the same rod to work with?
Mm.
Probably same rod. Maybe we'll just make up a bunch of, like, mildly enchanted rods for people to work with.
Maybe we could have leagues even. We'll see. We'll see.
That could be cute. That could be cute. If nothing else, we'll be doing that, and that'll be like going on while we tour the Chisel and Bit stuff too. So that way, like, people can have an activity that isn't handing bugs infinite frogs
Not that I don't like frogs.
or stacking. Not that we don't like frogs, but it's enrichment for chat. So. Also, I'm just delighted that we have so many people who are on our Minecraft server who just really like fishing in Minecraft.
Yeah, same. It's my favorite thing to do in Minecraft, honestly, outside of just wandering
Honestly,
and exploring.
Right? Which is part of why the check-in weekends are fun, because it's literally an excuse to, like, log in and wander and explore. But yeah, y'all still have some time. It'll... Basically, bare minimum, we are going to do this before August finishes... fucking by hook or by crook.
Yeah. But we'll give you, like,
That is at the very least.
we will give you at least a week and a half's notice, I believe.
Yeah, which, right now, hopefully the idea is that's when we'll hit it.
Yeah.
This weekend, probably Wandered Song. Probably. Let's see.
Probably.
I'm just anxiously, like, looking at my internet connection before I'm all like, let's move over! Because I'm paranoid that we're gonna move over to drawing stuff for the commission, and I will fucking go to EBDB. Carpe diem, I suppose.
Let's see. Okay. There's one thing I want to figure out real quick before we get over to it.
Oh, yeah?
I have to figure out how I'm gonna approach this character. Because it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, don't, like, feel free to do some, like, doodle warm-ups before we get launched into it, but I figure at least the list is structured in such a way... Oh, hold on a sec. There we go. I did at least make sure it's, like, one character and then the other.
Okay, yeah, I dig that.
So... There's a funny little game in the Half-Life series that's not really as well known. Arguably for some good reasons. Did it send me to EBDB?
No, you're
Okay.
you're still audible.
Half-Life Opposing Forces. That was on a 30-second delay. 1 sec.
Okay.
Okay. Reconnected. Will this work? Yes.
Hi.
So, Adrian Shepard is a slightly less well-known Half-Life character, which is interesting because he's one of, like, 5, like, the protagonists. He had a whole game. And then he faded into the night in a helicopter sipping a juice pack.
Oh, chat likes Adrian. I'm very happy to hear that. G-Man put him in the freezer and forgot about him. That's true. So sad. You hate to see it. Let's see. I think I like this approach over here a little more than this one. Okay.
It's sad, but it's true that he did. Valve did just kind of just put him in a cupboard, and they keep looking at the box and being like, "Is that still good? It's not. We didn't open this one." It's like finding a rice-a-roni from 2002.
You kinda want to eat it. Kinda. Sorta.
Yeah, like, it's probably fine, right?
Right.
The containers, like, what could have gone wrong with it? But he's a character that I've always kind of stayed attached to because, like, I'll say one thing first. Opposing Forces is kind of a rough play.
Yeah, Opposing
Like,
Force is a
it's-
tough game.
There's an actual sliding scale of how good the first-gen Half-Life games are, and in my case, they're like, I literally, like, good to bad, or like unplayable more than bad. It goes Blue Shift, Half-Life 1, Opposing Forces, Half-Life Decay. And Decay is only at the end because it's a 15-minute long game that's functionally unplayable in modern times.
Yes. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses really
also-
quick.
No worries at all. Yeah, Opposing Forces is a beautiful, strange game because plot-wise, it's very cool. It is a game about, so in Half-Life, one of the big, like, antagonistic forces is that, the US government gets called in to, like, I guess just shoot everybody
Oh, you know
as
how
the
it is.
cover-up for Black Mesa going bad. And we're not going to get into the fact that that's a dumb way to cover something up, because the government doesn't actually deserve the shadow of the doubt for that, especially not in the same universe where the government is canonically funding both Black Mesa and Aperture Science. They've probably had this protocol on the books, like, since the 60s, I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Real, like, JFK era policy. But, so, in Half-Life 1, we got the soldiers coming in, and the boot boys get pretty... It's very funny, because the soldiers get sent in, and you fight a lot of soldiers, but then the soldiers just mostly die and then retreat. So,
You know
I
how
don't
it
know why
is.
they had to come. They were there so that we could do shooties at humanoids, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But Half-Life Opposing, so there's that game, and then Blue Shift is told from the perspective of a bodyguard. It is actually a better paced game than Half-Life 1, and I think it's more fun to play, and it's more fun to watch someone play, and it's just a good game. Opposing Forces is a weird game, because plot-wise, you follow one of those soldiers, but Adrian Shepard is brought in with his crew in a helicopter, and he's canonically like 22. He's a fucking baby,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been promoted a little bit weirdly high for his age. So we have to assume he has like some skills that go to that. Or I guess it's weirdly implied the G-Man made them promote him.
Which is
We'll
so
get into
funny.
that.
My special
It's
boy.
very weird. My special little boy needs a upgrade, I think.
Zombie
thank you for
Knot,
the
thank
follow,
you for
Zombie
the
Knot.
follow.
I don't think Adrian Shepard sucked up to anybody is the thing. Adrian Shepard is mute and 5'4". And everyone in his squad is like 6'5" for some reason. I can't emphasize enough that he is hilariously tiny next to his giant squad.
We love
Like,
a trans man who somehow managed to sneak into the military.
it's fine. The G-Man fucking fudged his... He just lied and somehow he's gotten through every physical fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
It's an alternate... Listen, Cave Johnson invented the department store trans your gender device in, like, 1965, so it's fine, actually.
It's fine.
It's got multiple settings, and you get one... It's a nice value, because you get one Cave Johnson Aperture brand trans your gender home kit, you get a pink vial, and a blue vial, and a purple vial that's made like the mystery flavor Dum-Dums, where it's what's left over in all the pipes at the end of the day. You just mix that up, and you get the fun purple vial. And you only need to use one. But also, it says on the box, Cave Johnson don't care what the fuck you do. Non-binary gay Heath Adrian. Honestly, I could very much see it.
That would be cool.
Right? I also want my joke substance. I don't want to have to go talk to a doctor to get back on T. It's a giant pain in the ass. I'm gonna have to get blood tests. Do get your blood tests, though.
Let's see. Okay, looks like he has a little bit of a color here.
But yeah, so Adrian Shepard is. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm consulting the model real quick.
Oh, wildly understandable. So Adrian Shepard is sent into Black Mesa, but he explicitly doesn't know what they're going there to do, because orders weren't given out until after they all touched down, which is a fun, unethical little move being pulled in this fictional version of the military. So his helicopter crashes, and him and his men are like pulled to safety by Black Mesa scientists, even though those Black Mesa scientists know that the other military are there to kill them all. It's very sweet. Like, he wakes up and there's a scientist like, my god, thank goodness you're all right.
Yeah, it's very cute.
It's fair. I also like the other Black Mesa scientists who are like, well, we might all be about to die, but also I got one of them head crab zombies, and I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
Yeah, I got a head crab in this dog cage. Let's see what happens.
That feels accurate to the type of, like, outright mad scientist that you get at Black Mesa specifically. Like, something that's always funny to me about Half-Life is that it's functionally a mad science universe, which is a very specific genre of, like, sci-fi that is not common. It's common to have a mad scientist in a series, but a series that's like, everything that's going on here is the result of some dude in a lab coat with a beaker making dubious ethical decisions. Half-Life's kind of the champion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I literally, like, first met a lot of my oldest friends from a it was a forum that was just a big group RP about the idea of mad scientist characters, like, having basically turf wars. It was very freeform, and it was just based around the webcomic Narbonic.
Let's see.
Which these days, the same author is continuing on with a series called Skin Horse, which is still very fun. Very specific, though.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
God, every now and then the music pauses because it's just shifting over on the playlist, and I'm like, oh shit, am I knocked offline? But yeah, so in opposing forces, Adrian actually isn't there to kill anyone, and is basically kind of just, like, trying to get through the facility. Bugs, I don't know if I'm making this up. It might just be how I interpreted the story. But it feels... the webcomic is called Narbonic. Now continued as Skin Horse. There you go. Google them terms. You'll get there. Yeah. Narbonic is one of the old webcomics, too. Like, in the aughts. Oh, yeah. The Velveteen Rabbit Skin Horse, which is a terrible sounding phrase, but it just means like a horse doll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember the bit in Velveteen Rabbit with the horse doll who's been loved so much that all the fur has run away and they're all patchy and everything?
Yeah.
And that's what being real is?
Yeah.
That's the concept.
What were you gonna say before?
Side note, as a kid, that shit made me cry. Anyways, I was gonna say, I always feel like the idea is that Adrian Shepard spends the game, like, trying to go radio for help, and then basically at any time just, like, whatever can be done in there, Adrian Shepard is trying to do it, is kind of how I interpret it.
Yeah.
Which, most of the time, is just literally like, okay, I'm gonna go and, like, rejoin and figure out what the fuck is going on and why other soldiers are shooting civilians.
Well, and there's also this fun aspect to it, kind of like, you know, and this is, again, just conjecture from being told, you must go to point B, but it's very much like, okay, and now your superiors are saying, go here and do this, go here and do this, and kind of just giving them the runaround in the apocalypse.
Yeah, curiously enough, Adrian Shepard is like, he's not high rank. He's just, I don't remember what his specific
Corporal.
rank is. I should look that up. I'm sure. Corporal. Yeah, that's not that high. But like on the radio, it'll be like, Adrian Shepard, thank God, you have to go here. We're pulling out of this place because there's aliens and shit. And it's like, why do you know, Adrian? What? He just came in late with a squad. It's obviously just because he's the protagonist.
Mhm.
But it's fun from a story interpretation way, because one thing we should mention about this series, this is where we see the G-Man be the nicest he's ever been.
Oh yeah.
Like, Adrian Shepard spots the G-Man at about the same rate that Gordon does, if not more, and he is the clearest case of the G-Man outright clearly helping someone.
Mhm.
Because, okay, so, I don't know, some of y'all might be new enough that you haven't heard my extensive theory that the G-Man can only hire someone when they would die without his intervention, probably because that means that they're, like, freed up, like, fate-wise, because they were supposed to die. Or maybe it's some rule his superiors have. Maybe he's just not powerful enough. Who knows? But Gordon only gets hired when he would have died in Zen. Like, outright. Literally, the choice is given to us. You get saved by me or you die here. Barney never gets hired because Barney is never in a position where he's gonna die without help. Barney Calhoun just fucking walked out of Black Mesa on his own power.
Good for him, I
Through a
say.
teleporter, admittedly, but
The strength.
honestly. Yeah, he fell like 20 feet in an elevator to start his game. Barney Calhoun is fucking unstoppable. I can't emphasize enough, Barney Calhoun has Doom Guy level survival skills. It's kind of my favorite. He's not even in armor. He's just in like a bulletproof vest and a helmet, literally. But Adrian, on the other hand, is at one point in the game stuck in a room with rising. It's either water or toxic waste, right?
It's
like
radiation.
it's that good
straight
green.
up the goo. Yeah.
It's straight up radiation goo. He is stuck in a room with a locked door. It is rising. He is trapped, and you watch the G-Man through a window in the next room walk up to the console and hit the door lock for Adrian directly in front of him. And after that point, pretty much, is when bright, like, shining orbs of light start showing up that literally lead Adrian to where he needs to go through locations, and eventually lead him towards the Gene Worm, which is a giant fuck-off weird worm creature thing breaching a giant dimensional portal into Black Mesa, and all the information we know about what that is supposed to be plot-wise might as well be found on the back of the official Borderlands cereal box.
Yeah. So
for how wildly unverified it all is.
well. Okay.
Not unverified. I should be nicer than that.
Let me cut in here real quick and say this is where we get into
bugs.
a little bit of conjecture, and this is kind of us saying, okay,
Yes.
play in the space with us here, because officially,
Yes, nobody correct me. Yes.
those orbs of light are like Zen particles that are leaching out and yada 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 yada. But they sure do.
I don't care.
Appear...
They didn't say it in the game, so they can all fuck off.
Yeah. So we're just kind of playing around with that. Please understand.
Yeah, if anyone comes in like, but the Half-Life wiki says, it's, which, yeah, to me, my interpretation of that, by the way, because part of why Opposing Forces isn't known much about is because it doesn't match up with how canon got decided later at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the G-Man is clearly still being written as, like, an evil FBI dude.
Yeah.
Like, he might just be some weird human dude who's actually in the military. And there's, like, a second wave of aliens that start showing up that are, like, four-armed. Yo, thank you, Random 00 Factor.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
And the Gene Worm is, like, they introduce this whole other thing.
The point being, though, that basically this story is abandonware, and haha, who will stop us?
Yes. we have taken it. So in our interpretation of the ending, by the way, I decided that it would make the most sense if the gene worm and the other aliens that start showing up were the Combine starting to be incursions. And it would be very cool if what Adrian did literally bought humanity the 7 hours,
Yeah.
like, of the 7-hour war. Whatever he cut off there stopped a more stable portal from opening up sooner, stopped them from being able to start, like, because the one description we get of the gene worm, I think from like an interview, is that it's like it's a factory production creature
Mm-hmm.
that will start like terraforming the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And I like the idea that G-Man literally just grabbed this one soldier and went, "You want to, you wish to do something useful? Let's get fucking moving, my boy." Just throw this one soldier at the gene worm, cut the Combine off enough that the humans at least have the 7-hour war as padding in any way.
Yeah.
And then poor Adrian is, like, as we always joke, left on the helicopter. But I should note, the ending speech to Half-Life Opposing Forces, even if you've seen nothing else of that game, I recommend looking it up.
Oh yeah, great shit.
It's a beautiful scene, and to me, it has, like, I think that scene is part of what made me start thinking, like, oh, why is the G-Man, like, read out as a villain exclusively?
Mm-hmm.
Because he has this specific line where he says, you will be somewhere where you will not be hurt, and you will not have to hurt anyone.
Mm.
Which, that's not the statement of, like, I am an evil bitch and I'm eating you into EBDB.
Sorry, that was
like,
Eli.
No problem. Hi, Eli. He sensed it! He sensed the G-Man voice!
Well, speaking of, actually, because he just had a line about Russell, that would be a pretty fun, like, small domino, big domino. Like, Adrian gives them the 7 hours. In that 7 hours, Russell downloads the internet. That is how he gets the Russells. That is how Alex can get to the G-Man.
Right. I do love the idea that, like, this small thing. But, like, to me, what I was going to say is that the G-Man's saying that to a soldier, to a literal veteran, who not only just went through, like, a big traumatic event, but you shoot other military dudes in Half-Life Opposing Forces.
Yep.
You're not, like, reversed. You shoot other men wearing the same uniform as you, because Adrian literally, like, we have to infer internally, looks at the situation where his orders are shoot civilians and says, fuck my orders then. And straight up, by the way, is a concept in the military. It's a giant risk and it takes guts, but there have been very, I'm gonna say, heartbreaking records of people in military forces who got bad orders and just said no. So, had a fucking English class that made us research a lot of shit about Nom. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
Internet?
What was I gonna say? It's interesting too.
But yeah, like, because of that, him saying, like, your reward is that you. Oh?
You go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Sorry. Go
It's
ahead.
okay. I forget. You go ahead.
I was just going to. Oh, I'm gonna go down immediately after I say this. Hold on.
So in game, you don't necessarily have to shoot people who are in the same uniform as you, but it is men who are in the military, and if you have an Otis that you bring with you, and Otis is the security guard in Half-Life Opposing Force. He's a cute guy. He kind of looks like this. Hi, Frankie.
We love Otis here.
We do love Otis. if you bring an Otis with you, he will fire on the military member that is attacking the scientist, which designates him as a enemy class. So yeah, Adrian does fight, people in the military. Also, interesting is the military sends out people to kill Adrian and his squads too, so double heartbreaking.
Yeah, yeah. And the fact that, like, after all that, G-Man is like, you don't have to hurt anyone. I'm not going to make you hurt anyone, and no one will hurt you. You can sit here and be
Sorry,
cool.
I'm extra late. My ride's phone was being rude. We having emotions?
We are Ploots Boots, welcome.
We're having a little emotion.
Just a wee bit. You're saying?
So that's like Adrian Shep. Oh, I was starting to say something new. Did that come through?
Yes.
So yeah, like with Adrian Shepard, part of it is like his story basically ends like there. He gets put into stasis, and then like his whole story wound up being no longer canon compliant. And it's kind of sad because it's not like, I don't think there's any sign that like Valve just doesn't like those side games, because Barney fucking Calhoun made it to canon. Like, that's where Barney Calhoun as a character comes from, is Blue Shift. Which is the side game that's just about him, which is very fun, actually.
I'm not 100% on this, but I also think that his name comes from Blue Shift. I mean, obviously there's the
I think that's explicitly why we know that.
Yeah. Like, the class designation as a Barney comes from Half-Life proper, but Calhoun comes from Blue Shift, I believe.
Which is incredibly funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, now he's Gordon's husband.
Yeah, so pogged.
And that's part of why, like, we've always wound up very fond of Adrian Shepard, and like, well, he should get to be back into canon, and there's no reason that we can't, like, find a place to fold him into canon, because, like, an interesting thing about Adrian Shepard is that he engages with the Zen incursions in a very different way than everyone else. Like, Gordon does wind up in Zen, and Gordon picks up the Snarks because Gordon went free baby, does anyone want this, and then didn't stop to hear anyone answer. But Adrian Shepard literally picks up, like, multiple, like, animal pet weapon types. Like, there's the Spore Launcher, which is a very cute, weird little creature. And then there's the ant taser laser thing. Oh, and he picks up a fucking barnacle.
Yeah.
That he uses, like, as a weirdly context-sensitive, like, fucking grappling hook. It rules. Which, alright, Adrian, just... The man just picked up a barnacle. He picked up a barnacle. And unfortunately, we're going somewhere else entirely if this brandishes pistoles, but I do support it. We're gonna take a left turn well, not a left turn. We're going direct on.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. He's interested in Zen. All evidence implies that he is at least, like, fascinated enough and likes animals, and interestingly enough, has the ability to teleport into Zen.
Oh,
it's very hard to do. Thank you for the gift sub. Random 00 factor.
Very kind of you.
I also recommend, like, if you ever play this game, just look up all the Zen locations. Like, it's so hard to find them and utilize them. It's such a weird feature, but it's kind of cute.
And also,
it's very neat. He gets...
what's very cool about Opposing Force is you get to see some places where Zen will begin to grow into Earth.
Yes! Which I've always been fascinated by, because that's...
Oh, we're back.
Hey!
Okay.
Fun of internet. We're only allowed one bandwidth between us, so if mine gets better, Bugs' get worse.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh, but yeah, then Alex, fucking Half-Life Alex came out and had the Zen growth shit. And, like, very clearly, like, had that folded into it as a setting. That there are places on Earth that get get Zen growth from Zen growing in them that take stuff over, and we get the quarantine zone, and we get all of that coolness, which is very much from Half-Life Opposing Forces, because Half-Life Opposing Forces has like big patches of Zen growth on the walls, or like whole rooms that are like starting to get grown over with like all of that and everything. Oh, it's so wonderful.
Well, also what's neat is there's a section of Opposing Force where you go into what's the equivalent of a Black Mesa Zoo. And within that
Yes.
area, there are Zen creatures, and we see tentacles growing out of the walls and growing out of the floor. Now, tentacles, if you don't remember,
Yes.
are, I assume everyone here has seen HLBRAI. Do you remember the big 3 green things that were come out of the pit and trying to kill him? And, you know, they followed the
Tippy
noise.
Tappy.
You know, the Tippy Tappy Impaler. Okay. So in Half-Life
Which,
Alyx...
if you played Half-Life, in Half-Life, these can also be known as that fucker,
Yeah.
that fucker, this fucking bit, that fucking bit. Anyways,
So in Half-Life Alyx, in Zen overgrown areas, you can find little tiny plant versions of tentacles.
yes,
They have little eyeballs.
like
they
the
react
baby
to your
versions.
touch. They will like curl around your finger if you put a finger down. It's very cute.
They're, like, considering that like all the strange stuff in Zen was like rendered with the polygons available at the time, you really feel all the love in Half-Life Alyx to like take those ideas and expand them.
Like you see.
And that, to me, is where I feel like Adrian Shepard. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Basically, like, that to me feels like where Adrian Shepard suddenly makes sense being folded back into, like, Half-Life continuity. Because, like, the quarantine zone exists, and if in Half-Life Alyx, like, we see that kind of location, we can also presume, like, oh, maybe all those, like, kind of weird, goopy areas in Half-Life 2 would be more like this, which would be very cool, because it would mean that there would be colors.
Oh, got to actually play Alyx, got to experience more Alyx. Actually, on that note, real quick, we are going to be, not soon, but picking up the, Alyx Adrian getting folded, what? We are, going to be picking up Alyx's commentary soon, but, so if you've been wondering why we haven't really been streaming VR outside of, oh, thank you, hey Adrian! Thank you, Steph Wolf, for resubbing.
Hey, Male Life. We're talking about Adrian Shepard the entire time this stream,
I'm
so
with
I'm
you,
gonna be
buddy.
calling our friend Adrian Male Wife
Okay.
and apologizing for saying definitely your name this entire time a lot.
But, like I was saying, the reason that I haven't really been streaming VR lately is one of my base stations gone and busted. And Valve is in the middle of replacing that right now.
It's also it's also summer.
Yeah.
It's also summer. Bugs will die. Bugs will die. Bugs will die.
Well,
Bugs will get incredibly sick and then try to keep streaming.
listen, though.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh!
It's cool game, I love
It's
dearly.
not! I mean, being in
So
VR
cool
seems
game.
very cool, but...
Fun of game.
Yeah. The reason someone said Adrian getting folded is because I said this is where it'd be easy to fold Adrian back into Half-Life, like...
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like, what?
Yeah. Because, like, before that, we were always like, oh, maybe he's, like, in White Forest and, like, working up there, which was a cool idea, but, like, wasn't that person. But, like, now I am really dead set on Adrian, weirdo, quarantine, hermit rebel.
Yeah.
Like, he just explicitly lives in the Zen infested areas, and I really like the idea of him doing that while being connected to the rebels, because then, like, we've seen that the Combine doesn't give a shit about what happens in an area that's, like, too Zen fucked up to be useful to them. That would be such a clever place for someone to, like, figure out pathways out of the city that other rebels can take, or scavenge for supplies, or set up like radio towers or like signal towers. Or just keep an eye on what the fuck they're doing out there. And, you know, study the plants and everything from Zen, because, like, I think it would make a lot of sense for... Right? Someone's gotta keep an eye on, like, what's going on out there. And I just like the idea of him preferring to stay to himself, because he's literally a vet, and I feel like after everything that happens in Half-Life, if Half-Life didn't end with an alien invasion, Adrian Shepard might be living in like a really nice cabin up the side of a mountain. And I mean this in a nice way. I grew up around some dudes like that. They're very lovely fellas sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, just the quiet dude that your grandpa knows from AA, who's got like a
oh shit, Stepwolf.
a couple of dogs and like a little dope
Holy
farm.
fuck! Thank you.
Holy shit! Thank you, Stepwolf.
Those went
That's
out.
very kind of you.
6 of them. That's very sweet of you. Those went out to Trinket Fox, Nude After
Oh,
Dark,
damn.
Stupid Dick, Box of Swords, Gazellus, and B-Clips SA. Oh, that's sweet.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's very kind.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Gordon Footwork, I have literally laid out before that I think that if they ever wanted to do a like horror adventure crafting free roam game in the Valve universe, it should be about Adrian Shepard in North America that's been completely overtaken by Zen growth.
Oh, that'd be fun.
It'd be so good. It'd be so good. I don't know if it'd be good, but it'd be a neat idea, so. And honestly, here's the thing. I talk about all this.
Oh,
Holy shit,
Arsene.
thank
7
you,
months
Arsene.
of absolutely canon Half-Life lore. Yahoo.
Nothing but canon Half-Life lore.
Thank
Very
you.
canon.
Thank you.
And thank you, StephWolf09. It's always very kind when folks try to support.
Thank you
Even if
so
you can't
much.
be here often. We do love our VOD watchers. Wink.
In a normal way.
Yeah, you get a funny little icon now.
Let's see. So you're saying?
Yes, very much in a normal way. BRB, one quick sec.
Okay. Sorry, folks. As you can tell, we've got some internet lag issues, so it sounds like, I'm guessing, Frankie's getting my audio like 30 seconds after I say things. So that might be why we're talking a little bit on top of each other at times. Sorry about that. You know how it be with the Twitch and internet. You gotta love the beautiful USA internet infrastructure. Let's see. Oh, I need to not make this look like what it's looking like right now. Okay. Boy, why is the Zen grenade design like that? Hi, how are you all? Be better if we had some kind of law about that, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if we had some nice regulations? I'm gonna just remove this little seam here. It's Half-Life, you know it's on purpose. No. No! Never! No! No! In Half-Life, the very serious game? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You are lying. Let me just peek over to see how Frankie's doing. Alright, nothing yet. He's probably resetting his router or something. Oh, man. We've been talking up doing the, the final hours of Half-Life Alyx is like a late night just reading something out stream sometime, because I read through it and holy shit, cool stuff. You missed what happened? Hey, don't worry about it. It's fine. Hi!
return.
Hello, welcome back. This music is from Billy Hatchery and the Giant Egg. Hello?
Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Oh, did the whole stream go down for a sec too?
Yeah.
California really be hitting us both.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Sorry, what?
No, sorry. If I suddenly stop like that, half the time it's not me going, oh, Bugs is talking, I should stop. It's me going, oh, my internet just shit the bed.
Oh.
I'm gonna sound like a robot dying if I try to talk. Which sometimes I think it's just me psyching myself out, but... No, G-Man... I can't get into this tonight. I have so much else to talk about. I think G-Man fucking setting up a bomb to blow up Black Mesa is so stupid I need to strike it from the record. I refuse. I refuse. It doesn't make sense with anything, and I swear to God I've seen times where the only time people refer to opposing forces is to back up their, well, clearly G-Man is actually evil and working with the Combine. So there's this bit in opposing forces where there's a bomb that the military brings in, and you go and defuse the bomb, and then you look back and, oh, the G-Man's fiddling with the wires, and then at the end of the game, like, Black Mesa blows up anyways.
You know how it is.
If I have to do anything with it, my take is going to be, yeah, he messed with it so that it would only go off once everyone was out and as a way to, like, cut off more of the portal storms. That's workable. Mostly it's just stupid, because why would the G-Man need to physically mess with a bomb?
Oh, you know.
You know. The G-Man. Needing to physically do anything.
Listen, he just drove his cool tank car in that day. He didn't have all his fun little tools like his laser guided missile. So, please understand.
Oh my God.
His intern, his famous intern,
I'm glad that
borrowed
game
his
never
car.
got made. I'm glad that game never got made, but I still almost wish that we all had to, like, be pretending not to see it.
I wish it did get made just so that TF2 would have to be in the Half-Life universe. Because that would be so
That's
fucking
true.
funny to
That's
watch
true.
people square the circle on.
Which is funny, because, like, it's already, like, even squaring the circle of what the fuck's going on in TF2 is tough.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Little known fact, in the Half-Life universe, and Frankie is doing a bit, let me be clear, the Combine never actually conquered Australia.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually just a very large wall outside all of Australia that the Combine can't get through.
It's made of gold. Or at least it looks like gold.
They say the Australians are still in there, but they also say that there's a rumor that the rebels here that the entirety of Australia just lifted off into space and is now, like, somewhere outside the solar system. But, like, nobody's seen it, so they're unsure.
God, I think we've already had this conversation about Russell's advanced technology.
Almost certainly.
Yes, okay.
Almost certainly.
Okay.
The joke that he is from New Zealand, which is right next to Australia, and then he's over here doing this super genius shit, is very, very funny.
Well, not only that, but in the TF2 comics, New Zealand is a lost underwater civilization of technology, like Krypton. So...
Like fucking Atlantis?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, God. Russell does have gills, but they're covered because he doesn't have any use for them right now.
Mm-hmm. He can put his head in a bathtub and gurgle. It's so cool.
He mostly just does that if he's very sleepy, though, and he needs to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
It's refreshing. It's refreshing is what it is.
It is.
The worst...
Uh-huh.
It's also a little bit funny with him being an albino.
Yeah. 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 Do you remember... You haven't read that comic, have you?
I have not!
Do you want
Let me tell you,
Do you want to know
some
the big...
stuff has gone down in this game.
Do you want to know the big
Go for it,
twist
go
of
for
that
it.
comic?
Oh, can I guess? Can I guess?
Yes.
Can I guess? Let me guess. Let me guess. Sniper's not really Australian.
Wow!
Yes!
You see, Sniper was ejected in a rocket from New Zealand.
Uh-huh.
He was found by Australian farmers.
Uh-huh.
Raven Bonnefoy, not like Megamind!
What do you mean it sounds like Megamind?
That...
I have not seen Megamind, I should add.
Megamind does the Superman thing too. Yeah.
Okay, they both do the Superman joke.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, it's just so funny to me that, like, yes, like Megamind.
No, it's inherently funny. Guy who has only ever seen Megamind sees his second movie.
Beloved contributor Raven Bonnefoy, thank you.
I get to make fun of who I please. Thank you. Oh god, what do you mean you have to draw something now?
Scary, scary, scary.
Frightening!
Well,
Frightening!
so you guys get kind of the appeal of Adrian is that it's like, okay, he's a soft guy in a sweet situation. He likes animals. He's a quiet guy. He's determined.
He's a weird little xeno. This dude went to the fucking military to pay for his xenobiology degree.
G-Man even points out, like, you have a tendency to survive things in such a way that reminds me of myself. That is why I'm saving you.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, that
Hello?
that line in particular,
Mr. G-Man?
I think about a lot, because it's like, what did you go through, buddy?
Yeah, literally a lot of my speculation on the G-Man is kind of founded on that line, and like, so like a vet? So like a military...
Or someone who escaped something, you know?
Hey, you know what's also interesting about the G-Man is that not to get entirely derailed by thinking about the G-Man, although I'll do that. It's interesting that he projects himself as someone who looks like someone who is in some kind of government position, wearing a suit, when a lot of times, a lot of roles in the US are filled by people who have served in war. So that's interesting. It's almost like he went to the private sector after something happened. One wonders. There's no answers here. I'm not doing like a because I have an answer. I'm gesturing vaguely.
Haha. Like that, you know?
It's actually, this is more like frantically gesturing to a different room with the fucking Pepe Sylvia chart in it, but we're doing a different thing tonight. Because there is another character in Half-Life lore who is good with Zen plants and Zen animals, and is a perfect fit for the quarantine zone, and is a very sweet person who seems to be in a very rough situation, who has also been able to do some baller, scary shit to get out of those situations. I don't remember when we started thinking about the idea of the helpful art-making Vortigaunt from Half-Life Alyx, who we call Art, who is also known in literally, like, his text files as Gary, but we like Art. The idea of him meeting Adrian. But we started thinking about it, and then we thought, these two actually have a lot in common, and they've both gone through, like, really scary events that literally involve, like, them both losing the group that they're from,
Chat is really
and surviving
popping
on
off
their
over
own.
this.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. Also, Ploots Boot says they would both eat head crabs, I think, and I can't lie, that's part of our thinking.
Yes.
So, this is where I had figured, like, oh, and then I'll, like, explain who Art is. But I will say, so far the reaction in chat suggests I don't need to explain much. If you know much about Half-Life Alyx, I think in some ways the helpful Vortigaunt or the Swedish chef Vortigaunt or the Vortigaunt under the bridge, the art-making Vortigaunt, is like... mascot would be a fucked up thing to say about, like, a sentient, fully realized character, but I'm gonna say, like, maybe the face of some of the coolness of Alyx.
Yes.
Because of, like, the character and charisma and, like, the fully realized Half-Life style, like, quote-unquote cutscene in VR, to me is, like, this is the star scene of the game for all of that.
Yes. Big agree.
Let me swig my tea while it's still hot, and then I'll get going. Nice tea. I got in fresh honey, so I was able to refill.
Oh, nice.
So, in the purposes of... yeah, it's... Hold on, Cyberfire says, the reactions people have to my boy mate are so happy, people just yell, "It's a Vort!" I think that's kind of how we reacted the first time we saw him.
Yes.
Because, like, first of all, we flipped out when we found... so in the course of Half-Life Alyx, this is at the point in which Alyx, the main character of the game, is going through the quarantine zone and has, like, managed to make her way in there. She's going in after her dad. It's a really dire, scary situation, and, like, I think by then you've started to see, like, head crab zombies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very menacing sequence the first time through, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get to this area where you start to see these drawings on the wall, and you come out into this, like, little dried up canal, and underneath this, like, bridge kind of structure is this giant mural, and I think we just freaked out and were looking at it for, like, 30 straight minutes, and I distinctly remember going into an art interpretation haze.
And I was very sick playing the game at that point, so
Yes.
Alyx was kind of laying on the ground getting narrated at.
Yeah, Russell just going off like, look at that, there's a Alyx, look at that, there's a consistent structural abstraction that's being used for all the different Vortigaunts here, but look, the human faces are blank. I wonder if that's because human eyes are so much smaller. And that's like, oh shit, and like, oh, that's Gordon Freeman, huh? That's just Gordon, huh? Oh, look, this is all like weird timelines. And then like seeing Art was just, what the fuck, it's a Vortigaunt! And he's like, it's amazing because like, Art has so much personality.
Mhm.
We've had individual Vort characters, like, who are very personable in Half-Life before, mostly in Half-Life 2 Episode 2 is where I'd say it's mostly focused.
Yes.
Cecil and Uriah. I think Cecil is the name of the Vortigaunt who helps you
Mm-hmm.
get through, like, the Hive section when Alyx is injured. And Uriah. Y'all know Uriah. Everybody knows the beloved Vortigaunt assistant of Dr. Magnuson in White Forest. And they're gay and married.
Mm-hmm. And
I think
also,
we've actually created a pocket of the fandom where everyone does know who the fuck Uriah is.
well, I also love that it's like the few things we know about Uriah are like, okay, he is like the lab coat wearing Vortigaunt. He has an ID. He is Magnuson's beloved assistant.
He has a specific name.
He gushes about Magnuson, and then it's like, and
he
also
will not shut up about Magnuson. It's great.
his character flaw is that he's where they put the Lost Easter egg. So I like to think that he's obsessed with Lost.
He found a DVD set in the wasteland somehow.
It's so sad that the apocalypse hit during Lost's production and it never ended. It's really fucked up and sad.
Yeah. In Half-Life continuity, Lost got cut off in like about the middle, I think, because the latest the latest point in time supposedly that the Resonance Cascade could have happened in 2009, which I'm actually a big fan of it being like 2009. I don't know. I think
So
it's
there's definitely a part of him that's like when he's like programming stuff in the back of his head, he's like, and this is what would happen in Lost after this. And when
the rest
things
of the
are
Vort mind
restored,
just shut up, shut the fuck up, Uriah.
when things are restored, we will finish Lost for the sake of humanity.
God,
He's got a script doctored up in his head.
God. No, lost.
No.
Kermit the Frog voice. It's not fucking lost, you piece of shit soners.
You guys think they put a lost Easter egg in Half-Life 2 episode 2
No.
from like 2006?
Gordon, they just misheard. We have LA accents. Mine's from my parents. We both swallow the word, the T sound.
The rebels play active scripts.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Anyways. So, Art was a really fun character, and he has so much personality, and but I've said this before on streams, but they gotta keep hiring fucking, like, puppeteers to do, like, armature rig stuff, because it looks so fucking good!
It really
Like,
does.
I want to see I'm gonna, like, look up another scene of it, because I just love staring at the animation, because Art, as you meet him, is basically a Vortigaunt who is living alone in the middle of the quarantine zone and seems to be aware that Alex was coming, but also has a brain injury, which he points out as, like, one of the first things he says to Alex,
Ow.
which is amazing, because I think that's about where I fell in love, because I'm like, oh, he's disabled, and he's signaling that talking is going to be hard for him, and being understood is going to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. I love you. You're my friend now. Like, he even walks with a limp.
Yes.
We've done some very intense studies on his model, and Art is a Vortigaunt who the Combine were experimenting on and appear to have been trying to process the way they do humans into a Combine soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And all we know for sure is that Art clearly escaped in the middle of that happening. Like, there are still torn off wires attached to him,
Mm-hmm.
which is sad.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been cut off from the Vortigaunt's, like, shared mental connection.
Drink water, eat snack, consume
Yeah?
coins.
Raven
done?
Bonafoy donated $10 and once drink water, eat snack, consume coins. Thank you. I will have some tea
We
right
will
now.
eat mini coins. Yes, bugs can have a water. For now.
For now.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. You were saying?
Oh yeah, like, Art the Vortigaunt is a fascinating figure because, like, he's so fucking, like, I think all the time about the fact, like, yeah, he's helpful, he's very kind, he's welcoming, he's hospitable, and he's, like, trying to explain to Alex, like, where she's gonna need to go and what help he needs from her. He's also a little bit of a funny son of a bitch.
Yes.
And I think all the time about that big shrug he does.
I actually have the Half-Life Alyx model viewer open in the corner for reference for
Yeah.
where his bandages are, and I was watching that animation earlier today.
It's so good. And I always like representing the Vortal shared mind as the group chat, because I always think Hive Mind always is a little too simplistic, because they obviously still have individual personalities.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think of it more as, like, a group connection, where you are part of the whole, but you are also your own person a little bit. Like, it's complicated. There's not a lot of evidence on the ground, but it's more interesting if they're not fully interchangeable entities. You know what I mean? Which is kind of where Half-Life 2 was going with them before, luckily, the episodes got better about it.
You are a vital member of the Vortigaunt group chat.
Christ. Group chat has been changed to shut the fuck up about Magnuson.
Christ.
The Uriah cannot be silenced.
Exclamation point, warn Uriah, reason simping.
They got that shit assigned to the bot now.
Oh, Cladito, thank you for 6
resubscribing,
months.
Cladito. We love that Prime dollar. But yeah, like, it's think of it as like there is something shared, there is something between them all. Like that kind of instant communication definitely like shapes who you are as an individual. And art is out of it. And I will point out, because it's been a long time since we last talked about art, hey, it's canon that Vortigaunt's language relies on the Vortessence connection between Vortigaunts.
Yep.
Vortigaunt language is only half an audio component. Half of it, at the very least, something necessary to actually understanding Vortigaunt language, is locked in the Vortal mind, which I call it the Vortal mind because the word Vortessence is used to describe force lightning, psychic powers, the connection Vortigaunts have in a shared hive mind, and sometimes life force.
You know how
So, fuck off with this Smurf shit. The Vortigaunts have the same language problem as the Smurfs. Oh, the Vortal Smurf that allows us to smurf and share the burden of our smurf. So I call the mental connection the Vortal hive mind. Vortal mind sounds nice. Yeah, sorry for the whiplash there, by the way. But yeah, Art is not only locked off from his own people, but he's locked off from his language. Oh. Ah, there it goes.
Huh? What? Are we down? Oh, we're not. Frankie? Hi guys, I see ya. I think Frankie went down.
Okay, there we go.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry. When my internet goes down, there's no way to communicate what's happening outside of muting myself on Discord.
Okay.
But yeah, so Art is a uniquely lonely like a person. He got himself out, and his grasp on Future Sight is so intense that he literally sets Alex on the path to saving her dad, saving the other Vortigaunts that are being used as extreme Alex spoiler warnings for probably like the rest of this stream, but definitely my next couple of sentences. Alex eventually saves the Vortigaunts that are being used as horrifying living batteries by the Combine, and ultimately the fucking G-Man. So obviously Art's got a pretty intent grasp on seeing the future, especially because his like big mural shows the past and events like the eventual downfall of the Citadel, including name-checking that Alex and Eli will be involved.
Yep.
Like, there's a literal little figure that is clearly Eli because there is his prosthetic leg, and next to it is a figure that's smaller wearing the Black Mesa shirt that, like, Alex wears.
Oh, shit. Not ice stream. I dropped my pen. Sorry. Ow.
Oh no! You're gonna want that.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, like, at this point I'm just talking about how sad Art is, and this is part of why, again, I don't remember why we started talking about this, but like, oh, Art and Adrian Shepard would have a lot in common, and very similar, like, emotional problems of, like, hey, Adrian had to shoot other military people, but also has to, like, live knowing that he was part of the military's force of doing the most monstrous thing possible right before the apocalypse happened. Like, apocalypse. How do you integrate back after that, really? How is Art supposed to, like... Is Art gonna go live with the other Vortigaunts? Like, never being able to talk to them again?
You know?
I think that would be hard. They're both kind of in a weird in-between place. where they survived something horrible and they managed to do something amazing for like the world in general, but where do they go after that?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer is, what if these two very lonely people managed to find each other? So that's kind of where the origin of this ship comes from. And like, especially because they could both exist in the quarantine zone. They could both like travel in it together. Or even like once like post Half-Life and everything, I really love the idea of them like finding other Zen places and being like a vanguard there. Like maybe kind of living out on the edge of the White Forest scene.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. This is why I bought this commission. I knew I could sell people on it. It just requires the wind up of like he. So first of all, here who is Adrian Shepard? And yes, Langel too. Exactly. If you go with Mute Adrian, then he could also relate on the struggle communicating. Yes.
Oh yeah.
There's a slightly reoccurring, very cute concept I thought of, which is the idea that Art's future sight means sometimes he knows things that haven't happened yet. So I always liked the idea that he's like, oh, I know what my name is in sign language. I don't know who's going to give me that name, but it's like the hand sign for like doing art, which is it's like a little kind of swoopy gesture down like you're painting.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of like, oh, eventually Adrian gives him that nickname. He just hadn't met his friend yet. He knows who it is. Kinda. Sorta. He knows there's gonna be someone. My logic is that Art is better at seeing big picture future stuff than small picture future stuff, because I think that allows more of a sense of free will.
Yeah.
A little bit. Like, he's a lot better at like, the tides of history will shift in such a way that the Combine will finally fall and our foot will be upon their neck, than he is like, I'm gonna trip tomorrow. But it does allow for some cute ideas. It does allow for some cute ideas.
Yeah.
Also, Bugs is doing my idea right now, by the way, which I should share because I think y'all would like it. Which is that I always like the idea that Russell helps, like, Art to not just be walking around with, like, exposed Combine wiring. Because that's kind of sad and fucked up that he's walking around with exposed Combine wiring.
Yeah.
And my concept for it is that, like, along with just, like, trimming the wire that's hanging off of his head and stuff, I had the idea of Russell, like, 3D printing out, like, big round pieces, like rounded flat pieces of like a rubber plastic kind of material that can be stuck on over the exposed wirings or on like especially sore pieces of skin, so that he just has big frog spots. Because that way like the wirings is not exposed to the elements, and also that way it doesn't stand out so much, and maybe they can get that giant Combine tattoo covered up. Yeah, I do agree that he should have very useless visions that are funny.
I'm with you, buddy.
Oh shit, Leon, thanks for the raid.
Yo, Leon, what's good? Leon coming in with the posse. We're talking about a gay human alien rare pair.
You know how it be.
I figure most people like a nice gay alien human rare pair.
It's not Russell and Art, I'm just happening to draw them right now.
No. It's on my prompt list. I think Russell is more like Art's very worried human uncle.
But
Russell is just picking up all of these young adults and asking if anyone's adopted them, and then not stopping to listen what Eli's like, that's my daughter, you weirdo! She's got a dad, Russell! Yeah, well, listen, I'm just saying, Apocalypse could use some spares.
get you some spare dads, it's fine.
And Art need... a side note, we've actually always liked the idea that, like, Art and Uriah have a vaguely, like, they're not related to each other, but like Uriah is actually an older Vort that he knew before, so it's very much like family uncle kind of situation.
Yeah, like an older mentor
Also
in his
just-
life, you know?
Yeah, like if you went, well, to be grim, it's like having a family, like one of your parents' friends, survive with you after a horrible situation.
Yeah.
They're just like, okay, I am dead now. Which, side note, because we were discussing sad things about art earlier. Internet?
We can hear you.
Okay, there we go. No, on my end, I can hear the music skip when it starts to go out.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, the sad thing about Art is that we realized, thinking about the fact that he was severed from the Vortal, mind, wouldn't that show up as being dead? I think that just shows up as being dead. I think to the other Vortigons, until they see Art again for the first time, they think he's dead. Yeah. So that's part of why I'm very invested in, Art finding a found family kind of situation, and, Uriah being the one who steps in to, kind of be protective, because it's a weird situation.
Yeah.
I definitely haven't extensively thought over the weirdness of that kind of disability being something new to the Vortigons and how they might respond to that, and it being kind of complicated. Definitely haven't thought about that a lot. Because sometimes people aren't very good about dealing with someone whose method of communication is different.
Yep.
God, I do love the frog spot look.
Yeah, it's a nice look. You got a great concept here, man.
It's a nice one. Also, I figure it's nice too because it gives artists carte blanche to not have to draw a really complicated series of scars and wires.
Oh yeah, for sure.
God. I just scrolled down a little bit on the prompts list and saw the fucking ref picture. Because we're not gonna be there for a little bit, but it's a fun ship, partially because there's a lot of options. Because part of the joy of characters who's never met in canon is that you can decide how they do that. I have a couple of ships where they never actually met in canon, and it's kind of fun to be able to... There we go, okay. It's fun to be able to, come up with where a ship character kind of story would start like that.
Yeah, for real.
One of which, of course, is, they could be... Oh?
Oh, Pistoles. You've got a good point there.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, that's a very good point. What if? What if Adrian did gentle kiss to back of Art's little Vortal hand? Which, I do just love the idea of... I always like to imagine that Art has left a bunch of his paintings, in different places in the quarantine zone, and the idea of Adrian just, stumbling on one of those, just, okay, this is happening, glow-in-the-dark graffiti, which, you know what, this could actually be a good place to point out. The funniest thing, too, is that Art also has a weird connection to the G-Man that's very unusual, especially compared to, Gordon's, the same as Adrian, weirdly enough. Admittedly, all of this information is purely inferred, outside of... No, we do know that Art... I'm repeatedly stopping myself because I'm being such a stickler. Art drew the G-Man. And that's not enough proof for me to say we know Art knows who the G-Man is, but it's proof that Art is aware of the G-Man, and it doesn't seem coincidental that the route he sends Alex on ends with the G-Man being freed. And Sarah Murphy, we actually know explicitly, more or less, where Art gets the glow-in-the-dark pigment he uses. It is one of the Zen growth floras, which repeatedly has a kind of rounded leaf growth that has a circle of glow-in-the-dark like material on it. And you can see multiple like picked ones of those leaves at the bottom of like the ground where he was working, and a bunch of living ones up growing around them, which has led us to speculate that what he does is he scoops out the luminescent material from those and uses it as a pigment.
Well, actually, what's really interesting is they seem to be similar varieties of ground mushroom. So, the ones that are beneath the mural are still planted. It seems that the ones that are on the ground have the yellow color versus the ones that grow on the ceiling have the blue color. So it seems like it's a cultivated species grown.
Yeah. Which is especially interesting because I'm of the opinion that evidence suggests that Vortigaunts were biotech users who are able to purposefully grow the plants and animals of their homeworld to like specific shapes and utilities, which could explain why so many of them glow, or why Art has a like garden of Zen growth that's totally harmless.
Mm-hmm.
And in the area past his home, there is a very distinct set of barnacles planted with an entire squad of Combine caught in them, which has always implied to me that he also grew defensive Zen growth in the form of barnacles and spots that head crabs would flock to.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since he clearly has to be who set up stuff like the hanging barnacle growth outburst combine that has the flashlight on it, and the one that has the shotgun on it that's even has like a lever and pulley system like rigged up.
Oh yeah, that one was really cool. Yeah, you get interesting areas where he has sandbags piled up, where he has different mechanisms built. The rig to get into his area is just some really fascinating building.
Yeah, like he's actually done some very interesting engineering work all on his own. Some of which also involved moving a fucking truck around, which is part of why I believe that all evidence implies that Art, either physically or with Vortessence or both, is capable of lifting a fucking car. Because he grabs Eli, no problem, no issues with inertia, just like a fucking bundle of grapes.
Yep.
And I like the idea that he is functionally, like, yoked. He's got a limp, he can't leap around, but he's strong.
Let's see.
Oh, and talking about Vortigaunt, like, having bio, like, technology and also, like, domestication, I think that head crabs are a domesticated animal, and it's functionally like if aliens grabbed chickens and started turning them into evil attack chickens. That's what the Combine are doing with head crabs, even if admittedly head crabs start more dangerous to begin with. But a chicken will fuck you up.
Yeah, true.
Which would also be like, okay, like literally the bomb plant is on screen. That shit ain't naturally growing. The good old the evolutionarily selected bomb dispenser.
Oh, you know how it is.
Like releasing a pack of bald raccoons. Oh, Jesus Christ.
God.
Combinized raccoons. Okay, that actually should be a thing. What if head crabs actually did have some form of, like, pelt or feathers or something that they're just too stressed out to grow.
Oh, that would be very cute.
A healthy head crab just has a bunch of fucking, like, feather down on them. Turns out we've literally only ever seen them extremely stressed out and, like, with very few available, like, nutrients. Vorch is like, oh yeah, the head crabs actually only act like that when they're starved.
It's just about 10:30, so maybe we should hit a break right here.
Yeah. Yeah, we should take a break here.
Okay.
There is Art of Combine Horses. It never made it into the game, so it's not official, but they're very interesting.
Okay, BRB, folks.
Alright, we're gonna take a little quick break. If y'all been sitting down for a little while, get up, take a wiggle, have a drink, get a food. Be back soon. Hello, hello. Went to open up all the windows in the house since it's getting a little bit nicer out. Hey, sunny day.
I realize what's been bothering me. Art looks stoned as shit in this top drawing. I need to fix it.
To be fair, I think he should be allowed to be stoned.
Oh no, big agree. Big fucking agree, but he looks extremely fucking high.
True.
I must...
Please, dear God, let this Vortigaunt get extremely blazed with his cute human
Barpop,
boyfriend.
thank you. I'm
Thank you for the
glad.
follow, Barpop.
That's what convinced you.
This is what the peoples want.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh.
I will be the person to outright say that if we assume that Vortigaunts are capable of purposefully growing the materials that we think of as Zen growth, which I posit are actually mostly from the original Vortigaunt homeworld, then that would mean that they are creating plants on purpose through breeding techniques, and if that being that they are a type of being that experiences pain and discomfort and has a cognizant mind that creates art, they probably got one that gets you high. Because, you know, the only benchmark we have to compare aliens to is humans, and let me tell you, you know what humans in every single continent and all cultures do eventually? Figure out a plant that makes pain go away and gets you high. Fairly universal. I do actually headcanon art as having functionally a chronic pain condition, because look at him. It's not good. Seems bad.
Let's see, Russell's got a coat on over a QZ suit. He has that thing that says, like, watch out, so I'm gonna just scribble that. I'm gonna circle around to clean these up a little more, next
don't worry.
session. No, I will, though.
Yeah, we're doing sketches.
Oh,
I know you will.
I will, though. I will. Ugh.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I'd love to see more of Russell. I'll say that. Russell's a great character.
Well, as Rise Darby says, Russell will return. Me, a voice actor being interviewed about Half-Life, desperate to... Well, not desperate,
Yes,
but...
okay, you cannot have interviews where someone asks the voice actor, do you think your character will come back? Because here's the answer every time. I sure hope so. I'd love to come back and play them again.
No, but I love he just insists Russell will return. Just like, alright, man, get that bag.
Yeah, for fucking real. Good, good.
I'll fucking make him return exactly Gordon footwork.
Yeah, for real. He is... You cannot stop him, Valve.
Mm-hmm.
Which, God, I'm still thinking about the fact that the G-Man... I can't believe that the G-Man speech was one and fucking done.
Oh yeah, one take.
Valve literally out here like, oh gee, we sure hope that Mike Shapiro still knows how to do the G-Man voice, and then Mike Shapiro shows up with his custom-made This Isn't a Joke G-Man briefcase he owns!
They did
and just ones and dones that son bitch!
Yeah, they did a few touch-ups a few months later, but they were like, oh god, we had time set aside for like 4 hours and he nailed it in take one.
Yeah, like, they literally said, like, yeah, it was like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He just sat down and did the damn thing.
It-
Nothing tickles me more than how clearly incredibly fond Mike Shapiro is of G-Man, like, as a performance.
Yes, big agree.
As a character. And, like, I can't blame him, because, like, I can do an okay impression, and it's just fun to do. Have we seen what we think G-Man's backstory is? Have we seen Mike Shapiro talking about G-Man's childhood?
I'm with you,
and
buddy.
how he thinks he grew up in a Hi Goof Cat. We're talking about video games. Hello, Raiders. We're talking about weird video games, and also what if an alien and a human kiss, but not these two. This is a separate thing that we're doing. Thank you for following Clown Limes. Oh, I should do the spiel.
Oh shit,
Hello,
hey.
we're Bugs and... Hey! We're Frankenbugs. I'm Frankie Frankenstein. That's Bugs.
Hi.
Bugs is drawing. I'm talking. It's my commission, so I get to go the hell off. We are talking about a very rare Half-Life pairing, and by rare, I mean the characters are separated by 20 years and 4 months. Thank you, holy shit, StephWolf09 for the gift subs.
Thank you, Gentle Ghost, for the follow, too. Holy fuck. Thank you, Sakeo
Thank you for the follows.
Sakeo Akumachi.
Sakeo
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you. Thank you for all the gift subs. Good. Thank you, Random 00 Factor. Ha! Sniped Goof Cat.
Me.
Goof Cat now has access to jams.
Cruel.
Fucked up.
Cruelty.
Fucked up. Access to... should Goof Cat have that button? I don't know if Goof Cat should have that button. I'm a little bit frightened.
Well, you know how it be.
I guess we can't stop him. Music-wise, this feels incredible. Just let that... Really, just let that Clanker's Cavern sink in. You deserve a bug as a tree? I guess so.
That's
I guess
true.
so.
That's true.
Right now, Bugs is working on a concept that I came up with about the Vortigaunt... Oh god, Tarjar. That's dangerous. I think
Oh,
that might
God.
actually be
Oh,
dangerous.
Clan Limes, thanks for
I
the
think
sub. Oh, Christ, it's a hype train.
Thank you for subscribing at Tier 1 Clown Limes. That's very cool of you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you very much.
The Void Jam summoned a hype train.
Good job. Good job. Thank you, Plutes. You've done this.
I am literally... Thank you, Blues. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
So this concept... Thank you, Random 00 Factor.
Okay, hang on.
Thank you for the wasp, Jojo.
Randy 00 Factor giving out a 1 month tier 1 sub to Sakei Akumachi. Plutes Boots giving out 1 tier 1 community gift sub, and that went out to Suit Live. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. And Scale Elephant cheered 500 bits. Hot damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at those cute little hearts. That's adorable. You're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. I'm drawing a Vortigaunt. I'm trying to think about Digitigrade legs as much as I can. I have very little room in my head, so it's a little difficult. Please understand. You're just under 2k to the incorrect info dump redeem. Oh, I'm so glad. Those are always fun. It's always nice to see Frankie go off. Frankie, my friend Frankie. Oh, Frankie returned. You guys maybe watched Columbo and I actually really love him. Hey, did you get to the episode with the military contractor guy who blackmails the lady? Because that... Oh, shit. Random 00 Factor giving out a gift sub to Narwix. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Did you get to that episode? Because that guy is fucking Dr. Breen's voice actor.
I cannot fucking believe that Dr. Breen was in Columbo twice. I'm still... The best part is, dude does a fantastic fucking job.
Frankie?
Like, casting him as Breen was genius.
He's in Columbo 4 times. We have to keep our eyes out. This man will keep coming back.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. Yeah, he's in 4
I'm
separate
excited.
episodes.
I'm actually excited. Yeah, he is just so good at
Plutes
playing
Boots.
a certain type of, like... Yo, thank you so much, Plutes Boots, for the 2 gift... For the gift sub. Sorry, the 1 gift sub, but the Tomosen TV.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, literally, like, the sniveling, confident fucker energy is so strong.
Oh, it's incredible.
I can totally, like, he was a perfect pick for a, like, self-assured, self-described expert in a field who, like, just thinks that they're smart enough to get away with anything.
Mm-hmm.
And reacts to pushback by just, like, this snivel, like, well, actually, I think he literally has a line of, like, no, it's Columbo no, he says it. He actually says, well, obviously, the murderer is too smart to make a mistake like that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's great.
Oh, and Columbo's like,
there's a
Mr.
particular
Mr. What's your name
Yeah,
or whatever it is, and then he
yeah.
goes, Doctor.
Yeah, and he's like an advertising doctorate. Is this? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yes, it is the Parappa Gay song.
Onion Sensei. I was just literally going, oh, I recognize this man. That's Onion Sensei.
Oh yes, Tamanegi Sensei. Bunch of
The problem is his songs.
love with
This
rose.
song do kind of fuck is the thing.
Yeah, dude, fucking all the instrumentals. Okay, it wasn't until I caught Balp's,
It's funky.
yeah, Balp's cool opening, where he uses Big,
Mhm,
the instrumental for it. I was like, oh shit, the instrumentals for these songs fuck. Hang on.
Yeah. No, like the bass line in this.
Yeah.
The like the beat that it has going in it, it's just good. It's like just a good like funk track.
Because I love these songs very much. I love the Parappa games dearly, and Parappa 2 is my
But we cannot talk over.
But Parappa 2 is my
Unfortunately.
my guilty, not a great game, but I love it very much game.
Mm-hmm.
And
We're
so,
all allowed those.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so good.
I'm glad that Bug Dance is your favorite dance. We're literally eventually we will have access to animated emotes, and I got thoughts, I got plans, I got deeds. I still think it'll just be very funny to just have the feet frantically shuffle.
Oh, okay. And
Oh shit!
huh? Oh,
I'm certain says I found your art through Parappa originally. Still some of my faves.
Thank you so much.
Uh,
Oh shit! Hey, and
Please.
that's the hype train. Thank you all very much for 11 gift
Yo,
subs and
thank you
500
so
bits. I got a very depressed looking dog. What is going on here? Hype shame?
no.
Shame?
Hype shame! Hype shame!
Oh no!
They've given us the ability to do shame?
Why?
That's so mean.
Oh no! Oh, what's this one you got, 00 Factor? Hype yes, please. Oh! Oh, that one's cute.
That's a good baby. That's actually a pretty good baby.
That is a very good baby.
Just getting distracted by this music.
I know, it's good. It's a fucking bop.
I'm just sitting here sipping my tea, like, oh shit, yeah, that's the drop. Yes, the snare drum. Also, someone suggested. Oh, I think Greeks actually said we should have an animated bard emote someday. That'd be very funny. I do think just a loop of Bard doing the fucking jig. I don't know if it'd be possible to make that legible at the size, tragically, but I have so much love in my heart for anyone new to the channel. We have just recently started a non-blind playthrough of Wandersong. Sorry, I had to be quiet for Sensei. Sensei was talking. Or I should say, Sensei. We've been starting Wandersong recently. It's a very fun, very good game. We always recommend people play it, but also watch us play it, or watch Holly Tones play it. I do think pretty much From the moment one learns Wandersong has a dedicated dance button. Oh, it's Yokai Watch. I see. I was literally about to ask, where the fuck is this jam from? And then this instrument kicked in.
Yes.
Yokai Watch might have the most identifiable sound font on the planet.
Yes. Big fucking agree. It's the only game that makes use of a mouth harp so wonderfully. I fucking love it.
It's the only game I know that takes advantage of the fucking the devil is showing up and Punch and Judy noise. Oh, we have a VOD channel.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let me type. Exclamation mark. VODs. Yeah. VODs are there.
Every video we have literally ever done is on there.
I even make
because
playlists.
we are fans. Yeah. Bugs works very hard on it. Literally, like, we catalog everything because we're fans of too many streamers who go, oh, I don't know if my work is like that great, so I don't really care that much about archiving it. And we're over here like, but, oh, okay, we wanted to see.
Yeah, they're...
So we went, ah shit, other people might feel like that about us.
Literally, it was spurred by like, god damn it, Mira's My Summer Car VODs are gone. Fuck.
My summer car! What tragedy. If only we'd known.
If only we'd
realized. Rip.
Rip.
So, we're talking about art and, well, the Vortigaunt known as Art, aka the Swedish chef Vortigaunt, aka Gary, aka the Vortigaunt from Half-Life Alyx Under the Bridge, who has painted a giant mural who we call Art, and Adrian Shepard from Half-Life Opposing Forces. We already had to explain what Half-Life Opposing Forces. Sorry to anyone new. It's the least playable of the weird...
That's a funny way to say decay. That's a funny way to pronounce
playable.
decay.
I corrected! Decay is worse!
Hey, did you know that...
Decay is worse? Go ahead.
Did you know that Decay's 20th anniversary is this year? 20 years of wonderful
Yeah.
gameplay.
And what kills me about Decay is that it's like bad enough that like, okay, it's a 2-player game that literally physically doesn't work to play anymore. But also, the whole game is about you, a cool lady who... Come back, internet, come back. Okay, there we go. It's literally about, like, 2 cool lady scientists who kind of help to turn on the machinery for the resonance cascade, and then, when the chips go down and the aliens start coming in, they follow the orders of a dude scientist who instructs them to help him call the military.
Oh god, Cuppy Dog City, the ropes at the beginning of Opposing Force, and Sunny Day. We don't have captions yet, but if you'd be willing to help out, I'd sure appreciate it.
How much of that came through, by the way? I have no idea.
All of it came through. Frankie?
All of it?
Yeah?
Okay. Sorry, my internet went out as soon as you started to respond.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing my best, folks. I really hope I don't sound like snippy or weird or anything. I just literally don't know from minute to minute. It's a little stressful. It's okay though, right?
Oh yeah.
Doing okay?
Yeah.
Sounds okay?
We're doing good.
Okay. It's hard to know. But yeah, Art and Adrian are a weird rare pair that we just kind of invented, and then I thought about a lot, and then Bugs listened, and we both talked about it a lot, and it's fun. And part of what's very fun about the idea of them both meeting is that they're both weird feral, like, as we have figured out, like, where they land, the idea of them both just running into each other at random. If y'all saw the promo image, which is a cap from the list of drawings, that reference photo is what I picture their first meeting if they ran across each other by chance looking like. Can we actually put that on screen for a second? Just because I think it's funny.
Sure, one sec. Let's see. Alright, let me pull up another program to get that done. Here we go.
No worries.
The promo image. That's
Yeah!
actually the pose I'm referencing right now.
I felt like it was actually a really good pose for art, ironically. Because it really is that, like, oh, this type of body doesn't really stand up like this, but they are alarmed. That's Art the Vortigaunt meets Adrian Shepard. That's how it do. Just I feel like Adrian is like, by the time of Half-Life Alyx, I feel like he would just have an aura to him. Like, he has survived so much shit, and he is kind of out on his own, doing, like, I like to think that he does go back to check in with the rebels sometimes to, like, pass off info, but mostly, like, lives out there by himself, moving around. I feel like he is capable of just, like, glaring in a way that is absolutely terrifying. Side note, I've actually also at some point decided, like, oh, he probably, like, the Combine think he's a fucking ghost. Like, not necessarily literal, but... Just this weird little figure roaming the edges of the quarantine zone. Because I also think sometimes, like, a theory that I have is that it feels like probably a lot of the volunteer Combine we actually know might have been from police. That's a weird detail we actually do know from some of the, like, I think, isn't it one of, like, the posters in Half-Life Alyx?
About what?
About, like, the idea that cops were being offered to, like, join the Combine forces, like, as the city police kind of things.
Oh,
Am I making that up? I might be making that up.
Yes. Sorry. You're thinking of the propaganda.
Yes, they did?
No, yes, as in you're making that up.
Okay.
You're thinking of...
Oh, it's that weird propaganda where they got their hand on the shoulder of a kid, and it's super weird and menacing. Okay. Yeah, in that case, it's conjecture on my part, but also that's probably how it went down, because we do know that there's an element of, you have to decide to become a Combine soldier. You sign up for that shit. You walk into a room, and, you know, not to say, like, everyone who did it is outright evil, but that's also one of those, like, splitting hairs type thing of, like, oh, well, is it evil to sign up with the Nazis if you are starving? Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, yes. There's complicated gray areas, but being a Combine soldier ain't one. Half-Life 2... Oh, what happened to America? Zen overgrowth is our working theory. But also I think the relocation to Russia doesn't necessarily have anything to do with America being overgrown. It's more to do with the fact that it's an easy way to destabilize whole populations, and Breen probably wanted to consistently destabilize the entirety of the population of all humans on Earth. So I think everyone got moved around. Short answer.
Okay. Hey, can I check something in technical difficulties real quick?
Sure.
Hi, sorry about that.
Hey, we had to nix me being able to hear the music on my end, so forgive me if I'm hilariously contextually unaware of what my backdrop is. We're gonna drop back into it. Also, reminder, even though we're very excited to talk about Half-Life, we somewhat ask that people stay on topic and talk with us. As cool as it is for folks to have questions, it kind of knocks off subject to just ask about subject. We stay on.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's okay, y'all were on break. I'm not saying, oh, fuck you guys all for talking while we're on break.
Yeah.
General reminder, okay? Okay?
Also, thank you all for being patient. Because of how my hand was, I didn't get to warm up too much today, so I'm having a little trouble, drawing art at different angles. Art the board again. So, my apologies about having to, like, repeatedly erase and redraw him, but I think I'm just about getting
Bugs!
it. What?
You can't apologize for that!
What? I'm
Sorry, I'm just not sitting down and one and doneing this complicated alien figure.
Listen! Listen! Listen!
I know, everyone's sitting in the audience just shaking their head like, wow, they had to redraw Art's back like 5 times.
It's fucked up.
I know. I thought you were gonna be like, oh, I hope I haven't sounded too distracted. No.
I've been wrestling the whole time like, fuck. Oh god, it's the Vortigant day and I'm having trouble with the Vortigants. Fuck, no. Oops. Oopsie doodles. I'm not flexing!
Vortigants are complicated. You're doing fine. I assure you all, I cannot be... I emphasize enough how sincere Bugs is about things like this.
Yeah. Just realized they kind of have high heels. Let me just... So...
I do kind of... Before structure, I was gonna talk about that, but sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead actually, my thing is tangentially related to that.
Oh, I was just going to say that, like, part of what's so cool about, like, art scene in, Alex is the degree to which there's, like, Vortigaunts actually make sense as creatures in Alex. Like, with bones and muscles, literally. We found out recently they literally have muscles in their models.
Oh my god, it's
they
the
got
coolest
muscles
thing.
in there.
It's the coolest fucking thing on the
We
planet.
would like to see the muscles.
Because you have...
Yeah, Bugs knows that best. Yeah.
Okay. So, this is an underlying thing for, I guess, every model in Alex, and I was talking with an acquaintance of mine about, I guess this is the standard for video games now, to have these underlying musculature systems, and god, what I would give to figure out how to view it, but the, Vortigants have a trapezius that seems to be double-jointed almost. You know, not double-jointed because it's not a joint, it's muscles, but it extends to 2 separate areas, and then it leads down into a lats. Which is, I thought the lats were up here all the way, but it's
really
a big,
cool,
long
like,
trapezius.
And it makes sense because, like, for the kind of support and the motion that we see in, like, the range of a Vortigaunt's neck, it, like, that's a very sensible structure for it. Like, Bugs was checking out the really cool, like, it's like a kind of somewhere between a book and a really big article, basically, about the making of Half-Life Alyx. What's it called again?
The Final Hours of Half-Life Alyx. It's in a series that started with Half-Life 1. Go figure.
Yeah. It's very cool. It's a very, like, surprisingly... Not to say that I expected it to be full of bullshit, but it's very honest about, like, the problems that they had and, like, stuff they had to overcome while making the game, which is very cool. And they, like, talk about, like, oh, there's an employee who, like, literally sometimes is out of the office because she's doing work studying animals in the field.
Yeah, and go figure, that employee turns out to be...
I'd like to hear so much more about what she did in sports.
It turns out she is the animation reference used for Jeff the Zombie. which is cool
Yes.
as shit.
Apparently because she's the shortest person in...
Oh yeah, because she's the shortest person on staff.
Uh,
Let's see. If I'm a Vortigaunt and I'm stretching out my leg, it would probably be like this. I was looking at the Sasha 9 model sheet earlier today, and I just realized why he's doing the flamingo pose. Okay. Anyway, you get the gist of the underlying muscle stretchers.
and yeah. It's just so cool to see, and I wish we could, like, see more of it.
Mm-hmm. And Sunny Day,
Because,
that's...
like, to me it said...
Oh, you go
That's
ahead.
that's what art is.
Yeah, exactly.
But literally all evidence is directly stated that art is an attempt to forcefully turn a Vortigaunt into a Combine, which kind of delights me, because it implies that the reason why they never successfully did so is that in Half-Life 2, at some point, it's actually stated that that there have been attempts, but the Vortigaunts in questions will just literally just... Well, it's rough to say so, but it is implied, if not stated outright, that Vortigaunts will die, rather than be turned into Combine. But Art was clearly an attempt where what he did was he ripped the fuck out of it, and it's hard not to imagine that he didn't do a lot of damage on his way out.
Yeah, honestly. Particularly with how the wires hang off of him. And I think it's a
Like-
really good answer to kind of a miserable story beat in Half-Life 2.
Yes. Which I think that's the one I was talking about, of like, oh, they keep trying to bring them in, but then they nobly die
Yeah.
to stop from becoming Combine.
Yep.
Which sucks, actually. Half-Life 2 is a game with a lot of good things to it, and also has some parts that are needlessly edgy and dreadful.
Mhm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
it's an interesting game that way.
Very-
But art, like, art specifically...
Oh, you go ahead.
Like, art specifically, like, I kind of enjoy, well, not enjoy, it is interesting to me that you can actually look at his model and get a good sense of what the Combine were trying to do,
Mhm.
and what this kind of process, like, means when it's done to a Vortigaunt, because we do have some rough ideas of what that looks like.
Oh yeah, there's concept art for it.
Well, yeah, and, like, also there's like, Combine has a specific pattern.
Oh yeah.
too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we have the concept art, and we also know, like, the Combine likes to get rid of the eyes and replace them with artificial eyes. They like to destroy or bypass the mouth.
Mhm.
They like to have digestion and nutrient intake be completely covered by the Combine, which is fun and horrifying.
Oh yeah.
And in Art's case, this clearly involved literally something close to an attempt at a lobotomy. Which kind of does imply that they were trying to sever the connection to the Vortigaunt mind in general.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see combinized Vortigaunts, because that would suck. I'm just gonna say that. They're an enslaved sentient people. I have spent like 2 hours talking about one of them that I love very much. I will say though, I kind of wish they'd bring back the weird aliens from Half-Life opposing forces as a weird Combine off-world type of soldier.
Those things were so...
Because
The fact that they, like...
I want them to confront the weird four-armed Yeti aliens.
Yeah,
Remember?
translate this, motherfucker. The fact that those troops...
And they had...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The fact that those troops had their own language invented is just very interesting.
It really is. They were the ones that used the ant weapons, too, which is like a different form of biological weaponry.
Yep.
Sarah Murphy says there's a specific area in the Vort brain for processing and sending vortescent signals. I mean, that's what's implied by Art. He also sadly lost an eye, which is fucked up.
Oh, Sarah Murphy, that would be cool to be able to study a Vort brain, you know? Sarah Murphy is a very, very, very smart, sort of, I want to say biologist, but who does research into this kind of stuff, and so it's very. Oh, Shade Art, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. Whoa.
Let me just. There we go.
It's also interesting because, like, part of what the Combine pattern on his model seems to involve is, like, they were doing something with his arms. Which is especially interesting because, like, we actually see a pattern of vortessence usage having to do with the arms.
Yeah, that's true. We see the little arm track where the vortessence is to find the other vorts when Alex frees that one held hostage. That's right. I wonder if more...
And, like, we know that Vortal lightning is sourced from the hands directly, too.
I wonder if more...
Which is, curiously enough, true also when Alex.
I wonder if more nerve endings kind of equals more vortessence within a vort. Within body layout, you know?
Right? That could make a lot of sense. Like, it's a sensory... we have determined there is no evidence that says Vortigaunts can't purr. We've actually already gone over this.
They can thrum, which is pretty cool.
Vortigaunts are large animals that are more or less like... They seem to be made for predation. Nothing about them makes sense as any kind of herbivore, and in fact, they clearly seem to be like pounce and leap predators, possibly like, you know, obviously like in the same way that we once were like pursuit predators in the long, slow walk after prey type of hunting. Vortigaunts seem like they're set up for like a wait and leap kind of approach. So since that's not that different to large predators that make purring noises.
Vortigaunts have a jaw that extends very far back, forward-facing eyes, big flexor and extensor muscles with claws good for digging in. They have very strong thigh muscles. They have a flexible spine and a more thin digestive system, which suggests that they eat meat or something that is easily digestible.
Right.
As compared to the kind of gut you need, like a horse.
Because meat is a high energy diet.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, they have frog-like anatomy in how they hold themselves when they jump against walls. You actually see them sort of stick to walls, and I'm still not very clear if it's something within the fort or if it's just the digging force of their claws. But
which is also is interesting because it could also be like vortessence aided. Because that could almost make sense as like where the vortessence specialization started for them.
I will note.
Also, we do straight up see Art eat a raw head crab heart like it's a yummy, delicious treat. So
yeah, I think
literal raw organ eating, which I kind of like a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I wonder if their planet has a little bit heavier gravity, and that's why they stand up a little more on Earth.
I could see that. Like, it could be something like there's just less resistance, because a lot of their body plan would make sense as, like, compensating for a little bit extra force. And, we also did see that in Zen, admittedly, I know I'm talking about the difference between two rendering technology levels, but the growth that we saw in Zen was much flatter and scrubbier, which I think is partially because Zen isn't the native habitat of all that plants.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at, like, plants barely surviving in, like, drought conditions functionally.
Yeah.
But it could also be cool if, like, oh, maybe their growth is kind of going crazy on Earth because there's less resistance.
Yeah, I also think wherever vorts come from, because of how long their forearms are, You and I were talking about this earlier. I feel like whatever they were, it was something that was scaled up high because their hand shape, it could be good for catching. It could also be good for grabbing onto a branch,
Yeah.
Or digging into
Yeah,
a
there's a
cliff.
lot of evidence that, like, the climbing and leaping is very clearly, like, we're pretty sure at this point might be their original form of travel. It's just not something that makes sense to do for, like, short distances when you're carrying something, like when you're just inside a building with humans.
Yeah. So basically, in my brain, the formula for a Vortigant is Gibbon plus tree frog somehow equals carnivore. With the skin of an elephant and not a joke, the toes of a camel. So what's interesting about that, the 3 split hoof here, you'll see it on hippos too. They have talons, I should note. Very studded talons, but talons is a hoof. Horses used to have that. So what happened was, as they evolved, it became the one single toe. So the anatomy you see here on the Vortigant is, this is the thigh to the knee, this is the knee to the leg, this is the ankle, this is the toe. So, neat, huh?
Yeah.
We also have the scapula up here, we got collarbones. I should also note the little arm appears to have biceps and triceps and everything as well. And flexors and extensors.
Yes, it has actual lifting strength.
Yeah. They also, I believe here at the leg, they have the split floating bones. From what I saw on the model, unfortunately it cuts off the musculature overlay and underskeleton right before the feet. So, I don't want to email Valve and be like, yo, I need those foot pics, but I would very much be interested in pictures of Vortigant feet to study in a very platonic way, and there's no good way to email Valve to ask for that, So I'm trying to figure out how to get a look at the musculature tools on my own with Source 2 materials. So, yes, Cuppy Dog, high quality scans of Vortigant feet. Exactly.
It's tragic that that's literally what we would like, but
Yeah.
also it's like, no, it's in a spec bio way, honest. It's neat because now it actually looks like their weight is distributed in a way that makes sense.
Yes. Oh, it's so cool.
Which I really do love that, like, Art actually has, like, an articulated limp in his animation.
Yes.
He favors one foot and he, like, absently reaches out to, like, touch and rest against, like, the walls. He actually does something I do, which is to, like, sometimes when I'm feeling unsteady, but, like, maybe I don't have my cane with me, I'll hold a hand out near something I know I can grab as I move past it. It's nice to see that.
That's cool.
It's kind of cool to see not only so much thought put into an alien figure, but also, like, what does a disabled member of this species look like? Because, let me tell you, not a lot of stuff thinks about that.
Do we know if the Vort's
we
third...
have a lot of... Go ahead.
Okay, so, Pistoles. Here's something fascinating to me. So Pistoles asks, do we know if the third arm has a designated purpose? When Alex frees the Vortigant that is inside the fuel cell, the Vortigant crawls out and begins looking for where the other Vortigants are. And what happens first is the Vortigant is looking at Alex and talking to her. And as the Vortigant is looking at Alex and talking to her, its Vortal arm, as I like to call it, well, as we like to call it, I think Frankie came up with the term specifically.
Once again, it's one of those things where it's just awkward to say, you know, the weird little tiny arm on the Vortigaunt chest every single time.
The arm, on its own, reaches out and shifts and moves like it's like sniffing the air. Like both fingers extend and it kind of wavers in the air and points. And then the Vortigaunt kind of notices the arm and looks over. So I believe that this Vortal arm acts as a sensor. Because hands are a cluster of nerve endings. We know Vortal energy shoots out from the ends of the hands. Thus, this kind of useless, well, not useless, but not actively used often hand could be used as a sensor organ.
In fact, like, our theory is that that's why it's a slightly, like, quote-unquote vestigial arm, is that it's just literally more useful as a way of interacting with Vortessence.
Yeah.
Which is backed up by the fact that in the beginning of the game, when we can see that Snark in a jar, the Snark's, like, antennas move in what looks like a current that doesn't exist. And when you approach the jar, the antenna moves towards you before it sees you visibly. So what we think is that most creatures that lived on the Vortigaunt homeworld, which we're assuming includes the Snarks, because if we don't assume that, then I don't get to include it in my theory, and it doesn't go anywhere interesting from there. Also, it's cute. It's cute, okay? It's like if Chihuahuas went feral and were living in corpses. But that beings from that planet tend to evolve with ways to sense changes in the Vortessence, which makes sense because it's a sensory perception that lets you react to other living creatures, which could make sense if it's a low-light environment, which all evidence kind of implies it might have been, actually. A lot of the Zen growth has to grow out of direct sunlight, or even, like, out of electric lighting sometimes, weirdly enough.
Yes.
And Vortigaunts have so much eye, it really implies that Vortigaunts were compensating against a low light condition.
Not only is it that the Vortigaunts have that eye, what's fascinating is that it's a compound eye, if you get a good look at it. Let me pull up real quick. Let me pull up my reference of art that I have on hand in the asset browser. Let's see if we can get a good look at that. So look at this. This is a compound eye. You can see a large broken pupil in the middle.
Yes. If anyone is ever looking for more visual ref of Vorts, in our VODs we have actually done some nights where we specifically just looked at models from Half-Life Alyx and, like, talked even more about, like, the anatomy and some spec bio stuff. So that's good. Like, we partially did that because then, like, there's nowhere where you can find this stuff for reference.
Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah.
I love the little, like, glowing poles.
I do too. It's really fascinating.
It's also worth noting that Art uniquely gestures conversationally with his third arm, with the Vortal arm. While he's talking to you, he does gestures that are very conversational that include the third arm in them, but the Vortigaunt that you meet later in the game doesn't do that. He doesn't have any human-like gesturing, which is interesting because it implies that Art is somewhat practiced at human conversation styles, or he has taken time to study it, or, of course, possibly he was just always like that. We don't really know for sure. But look at that! That's when he's petting the head crab.
Let's see. Headlight. There we go.
Yeah. When he's holding the head crab, he uses his third arm to gently pet it. It's very cute. Gosh, I always think it's so fascinating that the, like, ends have, like, such a different, like, talon kind of look, too. They're so much longer.
Yeah. This is Card Show. Where is he? Hang on.
I hope he's not doing the thing.
Oh, here we go. So, notice in this sequence, he is working to assemble a cardboard feature of a Vortigaunt. You see his hands moving, but look at how the the Vortal arm pulses. Like it's channeling the Vortessence here. Isn't that cool?
which it's also interesting to note that his ability to sculpt with cardboard with vortessence is really advanced and a very cool tool he uses to communicate what he's talking about. I just like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too. Where are you?
Oh, you can even see in this animation that his injured leg is slightly stiffer.
Let me
He
see.
was like crouching over it less.
Let me see if I can get him wandering around. Is it going to be Vort Kitchen? Probably Vort Kitchen final.
Maybe.
Yeah. There we go. See, he even points with that Vortal arm, but look at how it still moves on its own. He uses it conversationally, but it's pulsing, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's very cute. It's like, I don't know how to put it. The way it's used for secondary animations for him adds a lot to his character.
Oh, there's
too.
your gesturing.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, so
Oh,
cool.
yeah, worth noting, Bugs figured out forever ago that the hand-wrist joint on specifically the Vortal arm can turn all the way around.
Yes!
It can flip upside down completely.
Oh, I
Like,
forgot about
way
that.
more range of flexibility than a human wrist.
Yes.
That baby can flip upside down.
So what I
also,
bet,
someone earlier... Go ahead.
I bet the elbow, or the way it twists around, right here where it connects is probably a floating joint. So maybe it's supposed to be an extension of,
Yeah.
you know, it's not gladiatorial bone, but it's the one at the center of your rib cage. Maybe a floating variation on that. I don't know. It's so cool.
That would be interesting. And someone much earlier asked about, like, oh, what if they, like, hold their young with it? We also think that because it's cute.
It is
And
cute.
to me, that would make... It would also make sense with it being a sensing arm, like, it's about sensing, like, the vortessence, because it would basically be, like, constantly monitoring your baby's health. Because we know that, like, vortessence can also be, like, when they refer to someone as being heavily injured, they mention a hole punctured in their vortessence.
Yes.
So, it's like the same way you'd hold a baby and be like, hey, are you too warm? Are you too cold? Are you okay? Are you squirming? You okay? You okay?
So cute.
Also, good news. At the very end of the prompt list, we're gonna be talking about Vortigaunt babies, because babies.
Hey.
Oh, they're good.
We have
It's
a
good to think about
we
a little
have
baby.
a few thoughts on if you've ever been wondering about. Sometimes you'll see me drawing a Vortigaunt baby. It is this one specific Vortigaunt baby.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this now. We decided her name is Baby, like Pippi Longstocking.
Yeah.
Because we're very fond of the idea that baby Vortigaunts make a lot of peeping noises.
Oh, you're right, Pistolas. The arm flipping upside
Yeah,
down is
if
great
they're
for
able to
holding
rotate-
young.
God,
That's so cool.
I'm just thinking about, like, that would make sense partially for, like, oh, they go quadrupedal, so that way they can, like, hold a baby up against their chest, like, while they're leaping around, and it'd be very secure. But I also just can't help remembering that babies like being, like, gently rotated and moved around and swung sometimes. So I'm like, oh, you can fully rotate that baby.
God. Get that baby in the velocity simulator.
You gotta calibrate
Gently.
your baby.
Gotta calibrate the baby. You're
Gently
right.
calibrate. Oh, so gently. Oh, so gently.
The baby in the Gravitron. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Sarah Murphy.
Yeah. Also, Banshee Strike says, in that animation, you can really tell how much more actively he's using his left leg. Meanwhile, his right leg moves in more limited fashion. Yeah, that's something I'm very fond of.
Yeah, me too.
Which we also like for him and Adrian Shepard, because Adrian Shepard could not possibly have gotten through all that shit he went through without, like, a bad joint, and we're pretty sure one of his eyes got fucked.
Yeah, it's, you know, like, it's kind of a fun stylistic thing that I kind of draw him with, but, so when Adrian starts the game, he comes to, and he's shown in a lot of box art as having, like, only the one visible eye, just to kind of indicate, like, oh, his mask, it is so cool, but I do like to think about, okay, he was in a helicopter crash, shrapnel is everywhere, he probably got a nice big old cut and has, like, one eye that does not function so good, which, Oh, this, I made his eyes very tiny. Oh no. Which I think would also be interesting conditions for trying to get through Black Mesa alive. And also would be why the scientist who finds him frets so much over his condition. Because, oh man, Adrian is being straight up doted on by this Einstein
the
model.
That scientist is like very worried.
Yeah. He's like, are you sure you're going to go out like that? Are you okay? Well, maybe you should just... Okay.
Just, sir, you should really be going to a doctor, but,
Well, you get the gist. Let's see.
yeah. And yeah, like Art literally is missing an eye. Like, whatever the Combine did to him, one of his eyes is completely silver, which at the very least, like, that's a quick shorthand for like, oh, this is a non-functional eye.
Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I caught myself nodding and I was like, wait a minute, this is an audio media.
I was gonna... I cannot... This is a repeating tragedy.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But yeah. We're probably also going to be closing up pretty soon, if not like after this art. It's a little bit shorter than we'd normally go, but my connection is like fucked, so where's on us.
Yeah, and we'll be doing a few more with this commission, so don't you worry.
Yeah, at least one more. Okay, I should try to put on music though. My problem is I can't get iTunes to be quiet enough to listen to under stream.
Yeah,
So
I
then
feel
I'll
that.
be like, oh, this is slightly too much information. This is slightly too much noise. And then I'll be like, oh, turning it off is a bad idea.
Ah, man, I don't know why I'm so tired. I slept until like 2 p.m. today.
You got 3 hours the day before yesterday, Bugs.
Yeah, but
No.
listen, that was a whole day ago.
You don't sleep once. And then that's done.
You only sleep once.
Audience, I'm looking at you all directly. Did you know that losing sleep fucks you over for like a week?
Does
And
it?
I'm not saying this in like, oh, Bugs, it sucks that you did not drink. Yeah, Bugs, it's called sleep debt.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. If you lose like too much sleep, then it actually takes you like a I don't want to quote numbers, but I know it's like at least 5 days of sleep to recover.
What the fuck? That's not fair.
Yeah. I know it's not, but it's how our fragile human brains work.
What the fuck?
I know. Yeah, you gotta sleep.
This is bullshit.
The way it feels like it should work is that you don't get sleep, but then you sleep again, and like, oh, maybe you sleep in a little bit extra, and it's like, well, sleep done. But no, it actually is a weird scale.
My folks want to go see Jungle Cruise on Saturday. I'm gonna get fucked over twice.
You're gonna have to rest up extra for it. You're gonna have to rest up especially for Jungle Cruise.
What the fuck? I don't even want to see Jungle Cruise.
I know. Yeah, the reason I know this stuff is because I'm disabled in a way where I get way less leeway. It's not good. And I'm not saying that in like, oh, I have it worse than people, just I had to learn. Puzz, put the coffee down.
11:35. Puzz! You're supposed to be the responsible
Puzz.
one. Somehow. I don't know. I always got kind of a responsible vibe from Puzz. I don't know.
I got a whimsical puzzle game protagonist vibe from Puzz.
Oh. Maybe
I'm thinking lesbian Professor Layton,
Oh, true. Okay, yeah.
which you know what I will say, Professor Layton does give the appearance of being respectable, and then he's all like, "Oh, I better grapple hook down this chasm to get to a puzzle." If coffee knocks you the fuck out, you probably have ADHD.
Mm.
Not not to diagnose anyone. It's more of a hey, talk to a doctor if this is true type thing. Everyone in our chat is apparently just doing the like dog caught eating something, but with some form of caffeine.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
What
do
are you
you have?
drinking? What are you drinking?
What's in that mug?
Loud sipping noise. Chugging sound. Is that coffee? Spit it out.
Frankie, do we want to hit a small break and then see how we feel about, like, maybe another 30 minutes or another 45?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. Let's hit another quick BRB. And, like before, folks, if you've been sitting a while, now's a good place to stand up, walk around, do a wiggle, get yourself a drink, get yourself a food, and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
BRB.
BRB. Hello.
Hello.
I'm watching a
On
hippo.
2-second Minecraft parody songs are in chat. 2 seconds.
I'm watching a hippo eat a watermelon. It's extremely good.
Oh, that's very good.
Oh.
I'm checking my Twitter notes and seeing people like me commenting about like where I'm at in Centaur World.
Oh
At
yeah.
some point I'm going to start talking about Centaur World.
How?
It's going to sound exactly as incomprehensible as every time I try to talk about Lupin the Third or Blaseball, and I say this as a compliment.
How are you liking it so far?
I kinda like it a lot, to be honest.
Ooh.
It's one of those situations where, like, I'm not done with it. I'm extremely not done with it. I'm, like, maybe 4 episodes total in. I've been, like, going very slow at it, been trying not to, like... I'm not that big on, like, quote-unquote binging a new show. I get kind of overstimulated.
I feel that.
I'd say I only really have 1 or 2 problems with it.
Oh yeah?
I wish the bird centaur wasn't like that. Because I think I'm I'm just kind of done with any kind of, like, haha, it's like racism, but it's about not liking that someone's a horse.
Oh.
I'm about done with that, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about done with that particular bit, thank you.
Mm.
Everything else about Centaur World is extremely fun and rad and has my favorite thing in the world, jarring tone shift.
Ooh, really?
I am being so sincere when I say that I love, yes, oh, extremely. I'm gonna say deadly premonition levels of
shit.
jarring tone shift. It's wonderful.
Ooh.
This show, it's great because every now and then it suddenly swings around to like smack you upside the head with a baseball bat. But once or twice it does something else I really like in a show that does that, where it just lowers the baseball bat and looks you in the eye and gently bounces it. And then that's it. And you're like, oh, no!
Ooh.
Like, it's a very fun mixture of, like, it's not... Okay, so there's this thing where when something's cute but then has, like, any kind of fucked up element to it or a scary element, people always want to categorize that as like, oh, it's like it's cute, but then actually secretly it's fucked. That's different. That's like not everything that it looks cute. Centaur World is like a very cute, funny, whimsical setting that's actually having something very serious happen in it. Like, in world, in media res, it's a setting that's very silly, and then something with emotional stakes is still happening. And I like that a lot. I love that a lot. It's actually one of my favorite things. Like,
Ooh.
it never feels like, ha ha ha, the cute characters are fucked up. Oh ho, aha, happy tree friends, ho ho ho. It's nothing like that. But I will say, I think my favorite of the main cat, I don't remember anyone's name yet, but one of them is like that one type of fucked up deer with the really long neck and big eyes and big ears.
Yeah.
She's kind of my favorite, because I wasn't expecting her joke to be that she's an unrepentant kleptomaniac.
Oh.
Right, like, I looked at her design and, like, notes about her, and I was like, oh, I get it. She's, like, the anxious character who's scared of everything. And she is, but she's also just like, I'm gonna be taking that, thanks. Like, what? Hold up!
That's cute.
It's very fun. Like, I know everyone's talking about it a lot. I also have to mention, the animation is so fucking good in this show, I have to keep pausing. They keep rotating a horse.
Oh god.
Rotating a horse with a 3-dimensional snout.
Jesus Christ.
Like, subtle rotations. Like, okay, So you know how one of the characters, like, oh, he's a big funny giraffe man with a big funny chin.
Mm-hmm.
You'd expect, like, okay, so he's probably treated as a flat object. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Ooh.
No, he's not.
Ooh.
Every time he shakes his head, his face is the three-dimensional object that renders with a fully understood side.
Wow.
Oh.
That's fascinating. I gotta check this out.
Like, if you're a big animation nerd, like animation, the literal like motion,
Mm-hmm.
if nothing else, hit up a little bit of Centaur World, and even if it's not your style writing wise, because like it is exactly what it is in an extremely strong way, and I like stuff like that a lot. I wouldn't blame you if it's a little like overstimulating though. But the animation is gorgeous, and yeah, literally what got me to check it out was the style guides. I'll be honest. Literally, I was like, oh, these are some extremely well broken down style guides for each individual character that, like, denotes out how they each have slightly different, like, 4 quadrupedal, 6-limbed layouts, and they all should like, okay, 2 characters have long necks, and they have different style guide instructions for how their necks should move.
Ooh.
Is Centaur World more like Bojack or Big Mouth? Nothing like either of those. Nothing like either of those. Those are just other cartoons that also are kind of not directly aimed at kids. If I had to compare it to anything, it's like a show that could have existed in the background of OKKO.
Oh, wow.
And I need you to know that as I say that, I'm looking up to the skies reverently. It's like Wander Over Yonder, but it's not plot-wise. I'm not saying like plot-wise it's like that. It's just the feeling of like... Wander Over Yonder is a good comparison because that's a show that's about a very silly character in a universe where there's actually like kind of serious things happening. But neither of those two things cancel each other out. Bugsnax is a really good comparison, actually.
Ooh.
If you liked the tone shift in Bugsnax, you will like Centaur World. And story beats wise, it is a ongoing, specific road trip adventure quest. Like, I will say, story structure wise, it is straight up, we are traveling on this path, we are collecting these items. That's fine. That's a good, dependable structure, especially for a TV show. Like, having characters going to a location through locations is a great way to do it, especially if you focus on, like, world building. And the songs are really dope, actually. Okay, y'all probably saw the clip of, like, that one song, the, like, Welcome to Centaur World song. And I don't know about y'all, but I heard that song and I literally went like, oh, this must be the intro that they do at the beginning of every single show. No, it's not. It's a one-off. They have 3 new songs every episode.
What the fuck?
No!
Jesus
What the
Christ.
About 3 songs an episode, yeah. It's a musical, y'all. It's a straight-up TV cartoon musical.
Oh, wow.
And they're like plot important songs and also character important songs, and some of them are just like mood setting. Like, I don't want to spoil stuff about this show, but like there is a point in episode 2 where there is like a whole song that is structured around this ethereal chorus that is basically ascribed to like a force of nature.
Ooh. That's really
It's
cool.
very cool. Yeah, we should hit up like I'm not that far through it. We should at least hit up like the first 2 episodes or something because
That
it's a
would be
good fucking
fun.
time and it's on Netflix.
Yeah, that would be super fun.
I've been like literally checking it out before bed because I realized it's a good enough show that much like Columbo, weird comparison, I can't do other shit while I'm watching it. I'm just sitting there going like, whoa, okay, this is cool, I like this. Like, because it's like, how to put this? It is silly and seemingly irreverent. And irreverence is good. I like irreverence. I was literally 13-year-old when Invader Zim was on the fucking air. I am literally from the monkey banjo cheesecake internet generation. we're not allowed to say shit about any generation past us, by the way.
Mhm.
All millennials need to, like, shake each other's hands and go, we invented the word glomp. We're not allowed to give shit to any teenagers ever, so...
True.
I don't think people even know what glomp means anymore. I'm so fucking glad that the original meaning is just gone. But, like, it's... There are details and things that are, like, thrown off like they're going to be silly jokes that then wind up being, like, not plot important, but consistent. Like, this is a silly world, but it is consistent. It has world building. It has history. It has stuff going on. It has a horse centaur-shaped building with a door where the butt is, and that shows up in Season 1, and I think about it all the time. Especially funny because when the horse character learns how to talk, she is briefly freaked out by the ability to talk, and might be the most horse-like horse I've ever seen in anything.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's really lovely, like, it's... I'm very, like, I'll be interested to see where it lands, and it's not perfect, like, outside of the bird thing, there's, like, one joke so far that felt a little, But, like, fuck it. Out of 4 episodes, like, I got those problems with Wander Over Yonder, too, to be honest. Like, nothing on God's green earth is perfect. I don't know why I say God's green earth. I was raised non-Christian. Y'all know that? I don't know how I got that. I blame my rural upbringing. And also, I do love this picture of Adrian, by the way. I'm such a sucker for
you.
mask half off Adrian.
Thank you. Yeah, I figure there's a good while before, like, I drew up here Adrian unmasked meeting art because I thought that would be kind of cute for him being at White Forest if that's where they met in this specific scenario. But I feel like with Adrian, his mask is very much a comfort object for him.
The mask is like a comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does not come off often.
Which, this is basically an alternate meeting that I, like, asked Bugs to draw, which is like, or, if they don't meet in the wild, they could also meet because Alex literally introduces them. Because I like the idea of Alex knowing Adrian, because I feel like Adrian winds up being very, like, fond, like, to the Black Mesa scientists, here he is, the one military dude who did the right thing, who survived. I think he's important to them, like, even in a morale kind of sense. And I do love him with the mask half off, because it's like, he's gonna eat, but the mask is staying on.
Yeah.
Also, I was raised, once again, in the right era, where I think enough hotted anime boys had some kind of, like, mask half off kind of look. Is this just because of Prince Zuko? It might just be because of Prince Zuko. I was the right age. Oh, fuck yeah, Sarah Murphy. Oh, also on Centaur World, how to put this? I have never seen something commit so hard to ungulate body plans making sense and also cartoonily throw that shit out of the window whenever it's funny or interesting to do.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
I'm such a... Animation-wise, I'm such a giant fan of, like... Realistic animation is very, very cool. It's really hard to do, it's really impressive when it's done, but I'm someone who really thinks it's more fun to do stuff you can only do in animation, and I think Centaur World might be one of the few cartoons I've seen where I don't think you could do anything it does ever in any other medium. And, like, even specific to 2D animation. I don't know if you could pull off some of this shit in 3D without it actually being harder.
Yeah, for real.
Which is kind of impressive. Cyberfire also says, I choose to think that the scientist that saved him not only managed to live, but gets to meet him in the future somehow and gets to see Adrian okay, and is like, my son, that'd be cute, because I think he's saved by an Einstein.
Oh yeah, he is.
Einstein is the specific name for the model that some of you might know slightly better as Dr. Coomer. Possibly. You know, possibly. Very definitely. And he is, curiously enough, the one scientist model unaccounted for in later Half-Life canon. Because, you know, we're pretty sure Slick, which is the model with, like, short hair and a widow's
Tommy.
peak, winds up being... Tommy. Yeah, it's Tommy. It's Tommy. Shut up. It's Tommy. It's Tommy. Is Magnuson. Which... It's been a while since I've talked about my HLVRI headcanons, but I do think it'd be very funny if Magnuson and Tommy are brothers. Thank you. Consider it, rotate it in your mind. It's funny. It's funny. It's really funny. And of course, obviously, Eli is Eli. And what was there like a name for the original model for Kleiner? Is it just Kleiner?
Walter.
Walter. Also, Brandish's Pistole says, my passion for ungulate animation was sparked by the revolutionary 2002 film Spirit Stallion and Cimarron. The horse in Centaur World is animated as good as that every episode. Like, it's kind of bonkers. Centaur World worries me. I had to watch the first episode in 5-minute chunks.
And yeah, Cuppy, the Walter that ran the blog was named after, or the one in the mod was named after him, I think. One way or the other, it's pretty cool.
Admittedly, someone who knows more about horse animation than me, if you, like, I could be wrong, but it's just a well-animated horse, and I'm just kind of freaking out about it. Also, G-Man having 2 bio kids is inherently incredibly funny, yes. It's just funny. It's just funny.
Wait till we get into how we think Adrian would fit into HLVRAI. You just fucking wait. G-Man is collecting kids like Pokemon cards.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, but is anyone going to take this free son I found? I'm not waiting for any answers. This crumbling infrastructure is full of free children.
Christ.
Listen, sometimes you find a cute kid who obviously had everything go wrong because they joined the military, and you go back in time and retroactively adopt them as a toddler. Is that so wrong?
You know, normal. Very normal.
Normal. Your roommate's cat just roared. Look out, that's how lions are made. They don't tell you this. Sometimes cats focus very hard and they become a lion, it's true.
It's so cool, they go,
you know.
Gow.
Mitt had that happen once, but then she got very scared.
Yes.
And hid, and then she turned back. It was upsetting for her.
It was.
Regrettably, my cat's Pants and Harley are like semi-stray, so they got their ears clipped, and that fixes that.
Yeah. It's very sad, but that can happen.
It's important, you know? Just city infrastructure, you know? You don't want to cause problems.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you remember...
Also, we will admit, part of why Art and Adrian are things because Art would... Oh, yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Oh. Adrian just definitely would eat head crab.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say, though?
I forget. Sorry.
Gone to the winds. Gone to the winds. That happens. Romantic head crab stew date. You get it. You get it. Oh, boy. What is wrong with that one car's fucking muffler?
Yeah, for
I'm
real.
at the point where I'm, like, gonna, like, lean out the window, like, y'all need to get that looked at. There's nothing more Californian than starting to recognize the one car in your neighborhood that's, like, super fucked engine-wise.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Also, I resent Centaur World because in an episode, something happens with a character talking to their own butt, and both times it's extremely menacing.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sincerely. Funny, but also a little menacing. And I can't say more than that because it's a fucking spoiler! Just listen. If you like stuff that feels very hard to explain, you might like it.
Hey.
That's a weird way to describe something, but also here we are talking about, like, third removed Half-Life lore.
Do not speak of Mitchell Shepard in this chat. We do not know that man.
Banned. Banned. Hold on, let me add to the blacklist. I'm allowed to do this.
Oh god.
No. Don't
Mitchell
show me that. Channel
Shepard
action.
is
There we go.
that guy in the White Forest base that's lying about types of guns and saying he took down a Strider single-handed. And he's like, yeah, I'm Adrian Shepard's brother. You know the one guy that got out of White Forest, or Black Mesa? Yeah, that's my brother. So,
Our block list of terms is a nightmare.
yeah, it is.
Every block list of words in any Twitch chat is a dark incantation.
We used to joke that guy was Adrian fucking with new recruits, because you can see that same
Yeah.
guy. Well, one, he's like the one guy with red hair, but two, you can see that same guy working under Magnuson later, and we're like, oh, that's kind of cute.
Yeah. We're more fond of, like, feral wilderness man Adrian, but I still like the idea that he gets along well with Magnuson. And I also just like the idea that he helps with, like, the telecom type stuff.
I like that a lot, too.
He patches through the video calls through, like, weird side networks. And I will note, if you want to check out Centaur World, because Strawberry Lemonade Gay just said I almost wanted to check out Centaur World, but then I saw the darker stuff in the trailer and I went, oh, this is more media designed to hurt me. It will make you sad. The funny Centaur show is gonna make you sad now and then. Admittedly, I'm a soft touch, but... They had a girl sing to her horse and it was sad, Bugs.
Oh.
What am I to do with the inherent trust of the bond between human and horse? I'm only so strong. What the fuck would Vortigaunts think of horses?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
hello.
I just feel like kittens and, like, baby horses are to Vortigaunts the way a human feels seeing, like, a baby, like, primate a little bit.
Yeah,
Where it's like, it's cute. Yeah, Cuppy gets it.
yeah.
I also think that orangutans is a really good comparison because it's like, oh, your proportions are all fucked and you're a little scary when you show your teeth. God, especially because horses and Vortigaunts have the same teeth setup, kinda. I'm the person who figured that out, and I'm not gonna say regret it, but we all have to confront Vortigaunt teeth clearly being able to flex out of their mouths and back in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, but to me that instantly means Vortigaunt see a horse and pog the fuck out because that's what I do whenever I see a monkey picture online. Also valid. Also valid. Oh, horses got flexible, weird teeth. It's a whole thing. Horses are kind of nightmares.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
A horse head is a wedge, first of all.
Yep.
Remember this, chat.
Remember this.
Horses have a little chin. Horses have a little eyes. Horses have
Not much
massive
eye.
cheekbone. Horses have a lot of lip.
A lot. A lot. It's their major sensory organ.
Horses
Like,
have teeth that go like this. Horses have canines.
uh-huh.
Horse jaws, most people think, go to about here. Horse jaws actually go all the way back here.
Yeah.
Horse
By the
mouth-
way, did y'all know that camels got fangs?
horse mouths are mostly jaw. Or horse skulls are mostly jaw.
Oh yeah, a lot of biting pressure.
Yeah.
All that neck muscle, a lot of it goes there.
Horses, much like elephants, well, horses don't have fingers. Let me start with that. Horses have fingers in a
obviously.
traditional sense. They have finger, which is the joint that goes down to their front hooves. That's a finger, technically. Horses don't have
Anatomically.
a way to explore the world like we would with our fingers. So how does a horse explore the world? A horse has very sensitive lips that are extremely flexible. This is why the horse chin can hang down like this. This is why you'll see videos online of a horse nibbling someone's hair or pulling their zipper with their lips. Their lips are extremely flexible, extremely maneuverable, and horses are pretty curious.
Sometimes, and this is trouble if it happens, you don't want this to happen, some horses figure out how to operate both doors, like as in door handles, and simple twist locks with their lips.
So
And it's cursed.
here's a question for you. If you're a creature that has a lot of mouth, and a lot of teeth, and a lot of lip, and you're in a fight with another horse, and you have to bite this other horse because you're a Mustang, how do you show off your teeth to bite this other horse without risking biting your lip? Well, it's very simple. Your lips are so flexible that they ride up and expose your enormous teeth. Your extremely flexible lips push all the way back and down, and your nose scrunches up. And this is how you bite another horse if you are in a position as a horse where you must bite another horse. Your extremely flexible lips scrunch up, and your lips can go so far back and reveal so much teeth because you're a horse and your fucking awful horse lips simply must move out of the way so you do not harm yourself.
Yeah. Which brings me to the fact that when we were first studying Art and the other Vortigaunt and Alex and their models and everything, so Vort teeth have always been weird because in the original model, like, not the original models, the Half-Life 2 models, their teeth appear to, like, stick out, like, just out, like, in a weird line, and that doesn't make sense because, like, how do you use teeth like that? But then, in Art's model, his teeth retract back in, especially while he's talking, and he's got almost more like what looked kind of like a bill, which I tend to interpret as like there's definitely like more mouth in there than we're seeing. And then we started to notice that the teeth were flexing out and then the back.
If you're a Vortigaunt and you have to hunt for meat, how do you bite that meat without biting yourself? Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. Do you understand?
Which Vort teeth also seem to be scaled for a form of predation that I would best describe as chunk taking, whole swallowing, or scraping and slashing. So, that plus the hands indicate that part of why the teeth flex like that could possibly be to, like, fit stuff in the mouth.
Hino of the
hey,
Dawn? I'ma call you out. I want Adrian to see this and be unsettled, says Hino of the Dawn. You think this
we're
man
going
wouldn't be into it? You think this man would not be into it? You think
We're already.
he's not into
Have you met
this?
humans? Have you met humans? Have you met humans in this chat?
Okay?
We are simply saying, how many... It's like a cliche to have a monster character, like, do a big threat
He
display,
sees this.
and then have a human nearby doing the tee.
Straight up, Adrian would see this man rip a chunk out of a head crab and be like, hee hee, haha, you're so silly, haha, haha, are you single, haha.
Eyes very wide. Like, this is the, like, push the mask up because it's suddenly, like, too humid in there, nervously twirling a piece of hair type moment.
Hee hee, haha, you're so funny, Art, haha. Do you want this watermelon
Which, like,
I stole from the combine, haha? Do you think you could eat it in one bite, just curious, haha?
I bet a Vort could bite into a watermelon like an apple. I bet they could. I bet they could.
Just wondering, haha.
Crunch.
Just curious, haha. Just wondering,
Crunch.
haha.
Magnuson and Adrian, there are at least 2 confirmed Half-Life humans going jackpot. Yeah, almost certainly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I keep setting my drink back down because I keep thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, that's just me with monster women, huh? Yeah, gay dudes also do this. Ask me how I know. Eat pumpkin? Oh my god. I feel like a small pumpkin to a Vortigaunt would be, like, kinda refreshing. You know? You know?
Yeah. I could feel that.
I could bite into a watermelon like an apple if I believed hard enough in myself. I believe in you, Cause.
Legally distinct belief in you that has nothing to do with your health, okay? Haha.
I'll accept the legal consequences.
Okay. Well, you are on that Medi-Cal, you can afford it.
That'd be an interesting call to my agent. Hey, thank you so much. I know that your caseload must be really tough. Couple of questions. First of all, like, I wanted to make sure I could get, like, some visits set up. Am I legally responsible if a friend tries to eat a watermelon?
In one bite, in one bite, in one bite. You must understand, in one bite.
Biting into it like an apple. Also, I admit, I am also thinking of, like, oh, I bet, like, toddler, Vorts are at very real risk of exploring everything they find with their teeth, because baby humans do that already.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's why babies shove stuff into their mouth. They only got so many sensory apparatuses to work with yet. Baby eyesight is bad.
Adrian fills
Also, I can
a pumpkin
confirm.
with head crab meat, and Art goes hog wild.
God. That does sound kind of cute, though.
Honestly, fun date activities with your spouse.
Provide enrichment. Crunch. Baby Vorts come with warning signs to keep thingies away because you will lose them. Oh, for sure! Like, I always imagine baby Vorts get, like, kitten teeth kind of situation.
Oh, that would be cool.
Oh, that's Bugs.
Huh, what? Who?
Frank.
Huh? What? Huh? I'm not a
You're the only bug.
cockroach. I'm a bug. Get it right. Big difference. Big taxonomical difference. I am Bugicus Bugicus.
Yeah. Yeah, but the common bug.
Yeah.
Oh god. Cuppy Dog City says kittens develop when they're about 10, 12 days old and they love to chew so much, not that I've experienced, of course. No, I'm sure. I'm sure you're not currently being chewed on by a kitten.
I'm so sure.
Also, Brandis Pistole says, me baking bread in the shape of frogs to get my partner to eat food and self-care, but it's Adrian if the pumpkin and Artie. I do think baking, like, I always like the idea that Vortigaunts can eat, like, non-meat food, but I like the idea of humans, like, baking them to look like weird little, like, animal shapes that they can bite the head off.
God.
It's fun.
God. Or
Humans also do this.
Araya gets that once and just like fucking immediately like, do you want me to get you bread in the shape of an adorable cow, or must we continue this condescension?
Meanwhile, Art in the background, like, I will eat, the art will eat yours! Give! Uriah is definitely the Vort equivalent of the no fun guy.
Yeah. Look, beloved Magnus, and I've baked it in the shape of a fun doggy for you. My Magnuson.
Cut to Magnuson looking him in the eye and eating it head first.
God.
Vort babies we kind of picture as having, like, an egg development phase that then leads into, like, a human-like, I'd say fairly immobile for at least, like, a couple of days to a week, but after that they're, like, able to cling very well and climb to some degree, because we feel like clinging would make the most sense for a Vortigaunt to develop first. Again, we're comparing to, like, brachiating species like primates a little bit.
This man ain't got a belly button.
Yeah, they got eggs. They at the very least ain't got no placentas. And
Yeah.
let me tell you, if you don't got a placenta, life is tough.
Narrow hips. No belly button.
Mm-hmm.
Eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and
did
abs.
you know that actually the lack of a placenta... Yeah, and abs. The lack of a placenta is why, so many, like, you know, platypi got eggs, koalas, a bunch of, like, marsupials, that's why they get born so teensy-tiny.
Really?
Is because it's a way to
Good night,
avoid
Sonny.
their parents' immune system attacking them.
Oh, wow. That's dope.
Yeah. It's like, okay, we gotta get you out of here, start developing outside of this hellhole. Good night, Sonny.
Let's see.
I compare to kittens a lot, but I do think it's cute if Vortigaunt babies, when they're very new, are, like, functionally kitten-sized.
I'm doing
Tiny.
a code drawing to go with this. You
Yes.
cannot stop
Good.
me.
I can't. Oh yeah, the last picture that Bugs drew there is my prompt for the, oh, it is so cold in the quarantine zone, but we must sit back to back because, you know, not to be weird, but also what if we sleep sitting side by side? It is normal.
Well, you see, Vortigants
Mhm.
look a little bit like frogs. Maybe they're not so good at regulating temperature. Maybe you gotta cuddle up with a warm human on a cold night, especially if you're a Vortigant with aches that might get colder and hurty in the cold.
Yeah.
It's just common
I mean,
decency.
It just makes sense that, like, well, Art's got a lot of injuries and also, like, literal metal implants, and there in Russia, it gets really, really cold,
Oh,
and
it
even though
gets
he's
so
got a little
cold.
indoor space there, it probably gets real chilly if it gets too cold, and, I mean, Adrian ain't too warm himself just on his own, you know.
Yeah, it's survival. You need it to survive.
Kaz says, Art twirls invisible hair. My species is incapable of proper temperature regulation in this climate. Oh yeah. Someone said I want to knit. Sarah Murphy said I want to knit Vortigaunt sweaters. I think I've talked about this before, but I do think it's very funny that the one style of human sweater that would make sense on a Vortigaunt would be the cleavage sweater.
Oh, you're right.
Already got that little cutout spot and everything.
Oh.
Thank you for the follow, Prince Les.
Thank you. Arm window. I think we've actually talked about this. Yeah.
We have. We almost certainly have.
Yeah. Hang
It's a
on.
good look is the thing. We know what the people want.
The things I draw. Ugh. How I suffer for art. Ugh.
as it were.
God.
Walk, walk, fashion baby, Christ. That one boob window meme, but it's all Vortigons. I mean,
God.
listen, they're cute is the thing.
The Magnuson killer sweater. So cool.
Oh shucks, we're glad you like art.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you.
Yeah. You came at a good time.
Oh yeah, very normal time.
Vort's objectified by the internet once again. Listen.
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 Normal. We're allowed.
Normal. I'm being so normal. God.
We're very normal.
I'm being very normal. God.
The bear titty meme, but art looking at Adrian. I think vice versa. I think it'd be Adrian looking at art. Hey, Magic Hats.
Hi.
You came at a good time.
Welcome.
Normal.
Normal.
Those might be fishnets, yes.
Huh? What?
I assume it's that or some kind of stocking.
Huh? What? Huh?
Huh?
Who would ever
Uh-huh.
put a Vortigant in fishnets? That would be so messed up. Why would
I
someone
mean,
do that?
I don't know.
Why would someone do that? That would be so messed up. I can't believe they would do that. That's really twisted. That's so twisted and messed up that someone would do that. I can't believe someone would do that. I can't believe anyone would do that. Why would they do that? That's so twisted.
You're not allowed to delete this once you're done. I'm the commissioner and I'm allowed.
I know.
Good, good. As long as you understand. Oh, the bunny ears were going Dragon Quest style, huh?
Uh-huh. Huh?
Good, good,
What?
good.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Huh? Hey, did y'all know that Dragon Quest Builders 2 was really good and has a very long demo?
Mm-hmm.
And if you ain't got no money, you can still get that long demo. Hi, Puzz.
Hi, Buzz. What's up? What's up, friend of Buzz?
How's the drawing going, Puzz?
Yeah, what's up, Buzz? Things are so good over here.
Dragon Quest Builders 2 is a very interesting game because the majority of its like main characters are girls. It's like all girls, then Malroth, and then the player character whose gender can literally be like swapped as at will.
Yep.
Builder does what Builder wants. I could go for some pasta.
Pasta.
Thanks, Hino of the Dawn.
Thanks, Hina.
Yeah, I do like that anytime I go quiet, I just look very pensive. That's about right. I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
He's thinking so hard.
I'm thinking very hard.
It's Columbo over here.
Now, you say you're not interested in Vortigons. That's funny you say that. That's funny you say that. Just, I don't have anywhere to go with that. I refuse. I'm abandoning the bit. I'm jumping out of the window. I'm walking into the ocean. Hey, listen, Brandish's Pistoles, we're probably doing another Columbo doodle and draw and donate, so like set $10 aside if you mean it. We have more to say about Columbo, shocking everyone. It just keeps being good is the thing. Hey, killer lesbian.
Hey, what's up?
Normal things are happening.
$5 for no reason. It has nothing to do with this drawing.
Oh, thank you, Cyberfire. I'm glad you donated $5 for no reason. That has nothing to do with this drawing. So kind of you. Thank you. So kind
Thank
of
you
you.
so much. Honestly, we do appreciate it. I blame you people for making me also watch Columbo via peer pressure. It's good.
It's good.
It's beautiful to spend an hour and a half in a beautiful world where a cop that doesn't use guns like, just pressures the fuck out of shitty rich people.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, Vortigaunts are one of those things in Half-Life that I just really love, and they're especially interesting because it's such a weird, like, almost like a game of telephone, but, like, Vortigaunts really did start as, like, a kind of interesting twist on, like, this is the generic, like, scary alien that's a little harder to fight, but then, like, they added a little bit to it, and the twist at the end of like, oh, they are like under this like awful control. And then Half-Life 2 expanded on that.
Uh-huh.
And then Half-Life Alyx like brushed off the gross scubba from how Half-Life 2 handled something. Oh, I see. I see. I see.
How what?
I see. Friend. Nothing.
Okay.
Just, sometimes I start talking and take a moment to notice.
Uh-huh.
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 I like these two cuddling.
I do too.
Humans are definitely so warm to Vortigaunts.
Oh my god, yes.
Like, to us, like, Vortigaunts look very much like they're from an environment where being too hot is much more of an issue than being too cold. Like, they ain't got no feathers, they ain't got no fur. Admittedly, we don't know if the Vortigaunts we've seen have, like, a healthy body weight on them, so it's possible they could, like, be capable of storing more body fat than they have, because they've basically been in an emergency situation forever, and I admit that I have thought about the fact that a chubby Vortigaunt would be very cute. I'm
Mhm.
just saying.
Mm-hmm.
It would be very cute is all.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, as they are now, most Vortigaunts are pretty, like, scronified because they went through literal fucking hell, literally.
Mm.
And they are just in the coldest place. They're in Russia. They're so cold. They ain't got no clothes or pants on. Uriah's got a lab coat on, and I suspect that fucker's, like, heavily lined. But what if simply hug a human?
What if, huh?
What if? What if? Oh, the mask half off is a cute touch. Lab coats are warmer than they look. Yeah, I've been told that. My parent exclusively wears a lab coat as their coat. They have a thing going.
Your parents so fucking cool, man.
They're pretty cool. I am cursed with cool parent syndrome. It's fine. My sister found it annoying in, like, her high school years. I found it kind of freeing.
Mm.
I felt like I had no pressure, so I could just, like, go and be a weird theater kid who got really into anime. Like, alright, cool, the rest of my family has taken care of that. Alright. Left me free to download pirated anime music to my phone. Well, it wasn't even a phone, it was just an iPod.
Good. Good.
Olden days. Olden days.
And he knew who you were then. Ripping MP4 caramel dancing.
Thank you for the wasp, Hina of the Dawn. Also, Hina of the Dawn said, what if the quarantine zones are warm? Curiously enough, we actually have pretty good evidence that heavily, like, overgrown areas must be.
Mm-hmm.
The growth of the Zen growth, which, as I've said before, I think probably actually originates from the Vortigaunt homeworld, is usually clustered around areas that are dark, warm, and enclosed, because the growth patterns we'll see will often focus over pipes that must be carrying something warm by electricity and in enclosed spaces, whereas areas that are exposed to sunlight and the air often have very little to no growth. And given that the growth is, like, constantly digesting and moving and animated to some degree, it must also be burning energy, which means that Zen growth probably is itself, like, warm to the touch at times. When precisely is an exercise to the viewer, but I figure anything glowing is probably at least a little warm, right? That's how energy works. Kinda, sorta. Don't quote me, I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, I think it's fleshy looking enough. It's gotta be kind of warm.
Endothermic, that's a good word. The stuff that's moving is definitely probably putting off a little heat.
Mm-hmm.
Which could also speak to the idea of, like, gee, what happened to America?
Well, you know.
America is kind of where the portal storms got opened hardest, and where Black Mesa is. There's a lot of temperate zones.
Hey, we know they got wheat.
Pacific Northwest might be in trouble. That's true. Oh, God. Oh, hot chocolate? You got it?
Ooh, lucky. I wish I had hot chocolate.
I could go for a little hot chocolate. Zen flora and fauna versus American Southern Kudzu, who would win?
It fuses. It
Fuck.
fuses.
Fuck.
It fuses.
Copy, thank
They
you.
are become one. The South is lost to the Kudzu strains.
All evidence actually does suggest that the Zen growth biomes are combinations of many different types of plant or even animal matter growing together into a singular biome the way Lichen does, that can be mixed and matched, which I see no reason why it couldn't involve earth plants, and also I think it's funny.
Yes, I think so too. God, you
I-
get that
I just
Spanish
like the-
moss out in the south.
Yeah, ooh, yeah. I also just think it would be very combined to look at, like, oh, the US is starting to get, like, overgrowth. Well, we're just gonna go. Good luck! The US is almost certainly populated by Zen growth, and remarkably still doing just fine small populations of really stubborn ranchers and shepherds. And, you know, some other folks.
Mm.
Goats can probably eat Zen growth. I think goats would be the scourge of Zen growths.
When you,
Also, again, the raccoon situation. The raccoon situation.
when you see a tummy,
My god.
when you...
The human tummy. I think Vortigons worry about how many things on Earth are quadrupedal. I think they met humans and were like, okay, maybe like most things on this planet are bipedal. And now they're just like, it's just you? It's just you and birds, huh? It's just you and birds. What happened? Who hurt you?
Adrian Biter? Fuck
Humans
yeah,
that are-
dude. Trans Adrian.
Yeah.
Don't worry about how he got in the
Oh,
military.
Don't worry about it. We're trans.
Yeah.
We slap all the characters and go trans.
Yep.
Trans.
I like to think Vortigons inherently don't really have gender.
Yeah, Vortigons are like gender. We imagine that Vortigons like generally are just Vortigons,
Mhm.
but with contact with human culture, some Vortigons express preferences for some pronouns and might even genuinely like identify with some human concepts of gender, but it's pretty individual. Like some Vortigons are just like, yeah, calling me he is fine.
Mhm.
Some Vortigons probably got opinions about it.
Yeah, I figure Uriah is one of the early adopters of a gender.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Uriah is big, I am he.
Mm-hmm.
Art, I think, is probably like a big doesn't care.
Yeah.
Art just knows that it's polite to keep track of this stuff in English. Fuck. New pronouns just dropped.
My Magnuson is...
God, explaining human gender markers to Vorts would be so weird, though.
God, you're right.
Can you imagine having to be like, oh, well, see, some humans have slightly more subcutaneous fat deposits, and the Vort's just staring at a human like, uh-huh? That thing you guys all have? It's, how vast of a difference is it? Well, depending on the male, sometimes not at all, actually. The Vortigaunt's just like nodding, worried. I like to think too, obviously this is because we are trans people, but also like I like to think that the rebellion is mostly just like, yeah, we don't really care much about upholding old culture shit about gender.
Yeah, like that.
It just doesn't matter that much. Most of Black Mesa is trans, so
Also,
it's their rebellion, they have rules.
Magnuson is trans too.
Magnuson is trans. Eli, big trans. Oh, definitely trans. Russell, trans. Thank you, trans. Alex is definitely trans because Alex, spelled with a Y and an X, is the least cis name on Earth.
Yep.
Like, they were aiming for sci-fi future name and they just landed with non-binary lesbian.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Dr. Kleiner very trans. True.
Yes.
True. Kleiner's got that testosterone balding, which, you know.
The only cis character in Half-Life is Breen. It's so sad.
Probably. Oh yeah, the cool doctor ladies, Aline, or Colleen, and
Colette and Gina.
the Decay gals. They're trans. Yeah, Colette and Gina. Big trans.
Gordon and Barney, big trans.
Which is why they, I was going to say, that's part of why they mentor Barney Calhoun, who is of course trans. And you know, Barney is very lucky because him and Gordon are trans for trans, which, you know, that's nice. Nice to see. It's cute. It's very cute. I think it's cute. Mossman I don't care enough about to say one way or the other, but if someone who does like Mossman says she's trans, I say hell yeah.
I do still think about the read on Mossman as just like just like even Breen can't stand her.
Yeah,
I love that.
All
take.
evidence seems to imply even Breen doesn't like talking to her much.
Because honestly, that would be fun to lean into to make for like a rewrite of her that treats her like as a character that isn't just
She's
I'm
such a good villain.
Yeah, like as a character that isn't just I
like,
am rude to black characters and also I kidnapped this black guy, but it's okay, I love him.
Yeah, it's actually super cool that she's weird and possessive and like actively bargains for the non-consensual delivery of a black man to her because it's love. But then she does a betrayal. Did you know the greatest writing twist of all time is whited woman do betrayal? You never see it coming. It is impossible to see it coming because you look at white woman and you think, oh, this is mommy girlfriend. She will never betray me. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit reductive and pissy, but I get so fucking angry about how the writing in Half-Life resolves sometimes. Like, she's literally introduced, like, telling Alex, like, oh, you shouldn't have been sneaking out. You really have to be more responsible. It's like, is this you trying to endear us to her? Because she's not Alex's stepmom or anything, and Alex is a grown-ass, like, person.
Oh yeah, that...
Nothing in Half-Life 2 was written with any amount of, like, racial awareness.
No.
Tragically.
Right. Something interesting also from the final hours of Half-Life Alyx was that the original villain was supposed to be that scientist lady we see, Dr. Han. But her descriptor was a scientist lady who has had her brain sucked out by the Combine. It's like, really?
She was brainwashed.
No,
which
her
is like,
brain was sucked out.
Her brain was sucked out, which I guess then the idea is they just crammed a Combine computer in there, which isn't how Combine works, and is weird because being a Combine is usually a voluntary thing. And I'm gonna be right back to close a window real quick and try to not have loud opinions about this because it's a whole thing. One sec.
Thankfully, they didn't go along with that. Hooray. Let's see. We do a lot of RPing of Art and Adrian doing domestic stuff because we're big saps and it's cute. Let's see. Sorry for hitting the microphone with the mouse there. Nude! Nude, it's good to see you! Hi. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Woo. What is this? I know the song. What is this? Oh, No More Heroes. Yes. This is good, but hang on, while Frankie's out, I'm putting on a song. There we go.
Dictatorship. It bores me. What's wrong with me? I need to find something to do that's fascinating, guaranteed. Camping, no. Fishing, no. Not as much fun as total tyranny. Ah, what else could there be? What do I need? Wait, I know. Skydiving out of the window. It's positively perilous. I'm such a big thrill seeker.
I've had, there's a Robotnik. Hi, Frankie.
Hi.
I've had, one song stuck in my head. I'm gonna shuffle off this since we're gonna be talking. But I've had, a song stuck in my head. It's another Robotnik remix by a different artist. And it's, so kind of me to offer you tea. May I offer you tea? So kind of me to offer you tea. And it's been stuck in my head, just that little section of that song, for like a month. May I offer you tea? So kind of me to offer you tea. And something to eat. Hi,
There's
Frankie.
just something about those Robotnik remixes.
Oh, I tell ya.
Okay, I think what I'm going to say is just that I am so glad Half-Life Alyx is a really good game, because it really almost wasn't.
Yeah.
And the fact that they, like, put in the time and the resources to do, like, I'm going to say, writing open heart surgery
Yeah.
on Half-Life Alyx.
Half-Life Alyx was fixed in a
'Cause-
6-month rewrite before launch that had locked in
Yeah.
Alex,
Yeah.
Eli, and
Yeah.
the ending has G-Man.
Yeah, like, the writing was redone over basically the same structure. And, like, which partially explains to me, like, why Russell is, like, an earpiece kind of system.
Yeah, Russell was added in very late into the game with the earpiece system.
Oh, super late. Like, having Russell there, talking to you, talking to Alex, super late.
We
like,
should...
Alex not being mute,
Yes, Alex was
was a
gonna be
late decision.
mute. Can you believe it?
which I am mentally throttling whoever thought that was, like, I understand why. It's because, oh, Gordon like that. We do like Gordon. And I'm looking them in the eye and saying, you have to understand that having a black mixed-raced female character be rendered mute reads very different.
Particularly since the original story involved Eli being kidnapped and forced to read things and held hostage the entire time.
Which,
Good night, Princeless.
Good night. I'm still convinced slash like it's tough because it's a assumption that it's I think the original writing of the game with the whole stupid mysterious female scientist was leading up to a twist that would have made me lose my goddamn mind. Cause
Frankie,
okay, it's a female, yeah.
did you know that women can be evil and betray?
Did you know women can be evil and betray? And it's interesting because it's like, huh, well, if this is some new character we don't know anything about, why would it matter that it's explicitly told that her brain got sucked out and she got forced to be made Combine? If it's just some random lady and it's not Moss Man, and it wasn't Moss Man through most of development, it's probably still not meant to be Moss Man even.
And
Why would there be any need for her to attack Eli? Why would that be emotionally resonant? It's just some random lady who definitely doesn't have any twist that was going to be revealed about her.
But that's just a theory. A game.
Hey, you ever think about
theory.
Alex's missing mom? Alex's missing mom where we don't know where she went, and there's this like weird reoccurring thing about like the necklace Alex wears and how that's supposed to be connected to her mom, and we never hear anything about her. But in Half-Life 2, Breen has that weird shitty thing he says where he does like the horny Disney villain line of like, "Oh, you're so beautiful, just like your mother was." Except he doesn't say it like that because the actor's actually really good. And we don't know what happened to her mom. And you know, Alex is mixed race too, so the fact that all the like development work they were doing for the mysterious evil woman, that she was white. If I was a shithead writer writing that kind of like hook, that kind of like dumb reveal, I would probably make it a white lady.
No. Asian lady.
That's right. That's right. That's right. It literally even is. And here's this is all speculation, and they didn't do it. And that's what matters, is that they didn't do this, and maybe it wasn't the plan. But if it wasn't the plan, I don't know what the plan was. Because otherwise you're just torturing a black dude for no reason other than it's sad that your dad is being hurt. So, you know. Thank God they brought on Portal 2's writer. Like,
Writers.
they really did, like, yeah, writers. They, like, literally, like, oh shit, wait, hold on, we got a game that was written good. We have one of those. The twist was that Jamiroquai was the villain all along. That's what's so fucked up about it.
Yeah.
You know, they have the Jamiroquai model in there, and like, you know, people like, oh no, it's supposed to be Slick. It's the Slick model. It's Jamiroquai.
Yeah, I mean, why go to the bother of rendering that fuzzy hat? You know?
Yeah, that big funny fuzzy hat. If it's not going to like obviously be the reveal that Jamiroquai betrayed the people of Earth, which I think is fucked up. Honestly.
I think it was nice that they reused the hair texture on G-Man's hair, though. That saves them a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move. At the end of the game, G-Man performs virtual. I'm so mad that forever, Virtual Insanity is actually tied. That it's actually the fucking code name for Alex was Jamiroquai, and we're not joking because it's Virtual Insanity. That's the joke. That's what they did. I'm grabbing you all by the shoulders and looking you in the eyes and saying, this thing is true that I am saying.
The codename for Alex, when they pitched Mike Shapiro on what it was going to be, the codename for the project was Project Jamiroquai. You want to hear about that from Frankie in a completely factual way? Okay, hang on.
Well, if you're asking for a very factual explanation of what was going to happen, so, in the original version of Alex, they were going to kind of do some setup of, like, you know, Breen's not the only bad guy in the story, because, you know, it makes sense that, like, there's got to be more than one human who, like, decided to turn over to the Combine in return for specific privileges. It's kind of like a jack off, but they were going to in the course of making the game, there were multiple parts where they were gonna put Breen in there that just kind of like never worked out. I think it would have been too much, is my opinion. Like, it makes sense to have Breen like focus on Gordon because he's like the big hero guy, but having Breen come in like just for every little thing with the Vances, it's a little bit much. So instead, they're gonna have like, well, maybe we can have like a deputy, and like at first, like we fake them out, like, oh, it is Breen, but then they see the silhouette and there's the big funny hat.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of your first hint when you like see him in silhouette. And the whole time that he's talking to Alex, like the camera is doing like fucked up funny spins around the room.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's on the ceiling and on like the sides, though it's a big like mindfuck kind of thing because you're in VR. You don't know what's happening. Do they have the power to walk on the ceiling? You're scared. You're menaced by this figure. And they really build it up. But I think it's a little bit cheap to like have him be revealed as Jamiroquai when he says like, oh, your father's really gonna drop the beat, and then like Eli loses his grip, and it just kind of it really makes the moment feel cheapened, I think. And I don't even think Jamiroquai talks like that.
No, he doesn't. It's very weird.
They really didn't do their research on how Jamiroquai I don't even know if they got the license agreement settled out before they did all this, which that's really why it didn't wind up in the game, I think.
I thought the sequence where he said now there is no sound and all the sound cut out on the index was very good. The We All Live Underground part where the thing dropped like 20 stories, that was a little too much. I remember reading about playtesters getting very sick from that. I remember playtesters getting pretty sick also from the whole sequence with the sliding couches, having to dodge that. Even with blink movement, that's very disorienting, so I'm not surprised that it got cut from the game.
It was one of those they wanted to show off the abilities of VR, but it's hard to tell where to draw the line. Also, Sarah Murphy has an important correction. It's actually Jamiroquai's monster. Jamiroquai is the doctor.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
A good point.
Of course.
I think these days it's fairly interchangeable in speech, like Jamiroquai's monster. We know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's more common to say oh, you mean Dr. Jamiroquai, to refer just to the doctor.
Yeah, don't be such a pedant, Sarah Murphy. My God.
It's a good reminder though, because sometimes people do forget, and it's important in the context of this story.
I guess.
In this case, they did mean Jamiroquai himself. The big funny hat is to cover up all the extra brain in there, like Mojo Jojo from the Powerpuff Girls. Though it's a little more explicit in the Powerpuff Girls. Jamiroquai's backstory is more of a woven-in thing into the background of the music videos, which I thought was pretty artful. Honestly, I kind of like when they do that.
I thought it was a little weird when they had him referring to his the over-engorged brain that the combi gave him. Things are big that should be small. That was a little ham-fisted, but it was interesting.
Yeah, well, it's important to remember that all this material was done kind of before the writing was set in stone. I think they were still using scratch audio from the crew members,
right?
Because it was that early in production, which I do think doesn't help things if the writing's not quite clicking yet.
Yeah.
It's just no Rhys Darby. Although I do think he was originally tapped to. He was going to voice Jamiroquai. They don't tell you this.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Which he's a good actor. There's just he's a good voice actor. Is really good at it in general. But it is weird hearing him do a Jamiroquai accent.
I just
it's when you hear a British person.
It's just such a shame the game got held up for this long just for Gabe Newell to get the rights to Virtual Insanity and for this to fall through. I mean,
you know the fucked up thing though is I heard that he got the rights to use it for personal use, but not for the game.
Oh,
kind of a compromise.
God, so there has to be a Jamiroquai copy just for him out there.
Every time Gabe Newell goes down the halls at Valve, ambiently the sound of Virtual Insanity follows him the entire time as he's juggling his knives.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I wish I could get a job at Valve so I could hear that and see that.
I think, it's always nice to just be able to like see people whose like work has made such a monumental impact on the industry. Like, you know, Gabe Newell, I don't know much about him like as a personal dude, but like I do think it'd be fun to see him go by juggling his knives with the sound of Virtual Insanity playing.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it'd be nice. But I do think it's good that it didn't wind up in the game.
Yeah, I big fucking agree. Yeah.
Although I will say I did like that they had like the foreshadowing going on by having one of the first objects you could interact with as Alex in VR be a gramophone with the top hits of Jamiroquai on vinyl, and you could like take them out and put them down. And you could even like play with the needle. I kind of wish they'd kept that.
Hey, just real
You know?
quick, what was your favorite top hit that played?
In Virtual Insanity.
Well, not that one, because that wasn't there at the top. What was your favorite one that played?
Jenga Bus.
How's the chorus for that one go?
We like to party, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the chorus or the hook though.
Okay.
The chorus might actually be the Jenga Bus is coming, which I find menacing.
I think that was a metaphor for the vault.
That's true. Of course, as we all know, the Jenga Bus is a force of good, but chaotic good.
Yeah, of course. That's why it got towed.
And you know, there was all those like fan theories of like, oh, if you listen to the right album and you play it backwards, you get to hear the G-Man talking. And it's like, no, that's just what Caramel Dancing sounds like played
Yeah.
backwards. Like, I know it's kind of freaky to hear for the first time, but like, just regular old Caramel Dancing printed on vinyl.
You know, I don't know why people freak
That's
out
all.
about that. That's always been the G-Man's theme.
I know it doesn't come up much anymore, but you know, it's there.
So does that answer your question, chat?
Gordon Footwork says if you turn the valve at Valve, it actually plays Virtual Insanity at ear bleeding volume levels, which is why it's not allowed.
Oh, that's cool.
I think that you got your money's worth out of that one. Your fake money. Whose theme song is Crazy Frog? That's Breen. Breen
Ring,
loves
ding,
Crazy Frog.
Bada ding 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 dong, Dr. Freeman.
Every fucking meeting, everyone had to put up with him, like, oh, just happening to get a call on his cell phone. And you know he's got that 5-minute loop of the Crazy Frog song as his fucking, like, ringtone every time.
What, this post
Like, just
isn't
answer your
working
phone,
for me.
asshole. Who's even calling you? Who's even fucking calling you during this meeting?
Oh, is it
Breen?
Mossman out in the hall again? Is that it? Huh. What
He's
a funny
just
coincidence.
waiting for someone to ask about the ringtone every fucking time.
Also, Newt, thank you very much for the sweet note that we saw in the middle of fucking Jamiroquai lying. I'm so sorry, Newt. Thank you for pouring your heart out.
Bye. Thank you. I have to go to like a fucking place when I come up with this
Oh,
stuff.
Christ, it's 1 a.m. Okay, hang on. I have to,
It
like,
is 1 a.m. We actually have to stop.
a smile and eyes. And I'm gonna come finish this later. And fingers.
Yeah, we'll be doing one more because like every time we do a drawing stream, we fairly inevitably like go on other topics as the night goes on. But I'm a little bit excited to talk about like Art and Adrian, like them cohabitating and like what they do together, and Pippi. I want to talk about Pippi. I want to talk about Baby Vortigaunt Pippi. I want to talk of Pippi.
Hey, let's look at fan art. Oops, it's no longer snack
Let's
time.
look at fan art.
Dive. Okay. Let's see. Ahem.
It never be fan art time. I mean, it may never be snack time again. We'll never know.
So fucked up.
Mhm.
So fucked up. The theme of it no longer being snack time ever again. Hey, look, there's an animatic. Holy shit.
Holy yes! Bubbly Milk made this.
Actually, let me. Oh, me. Well, find anything yet?
Not yet. I haven't asked yet.
Okay. Just try not to get distracted by dumb side quests, alright?
Miriam, I could never, ever, ever in a million years get distracted by any side quest as Squareman is talking to me.
Fucking thank you so much, Bubbly. That's
Thank you
beautiful.
so much. It's really good, and I love like the extra character notes of like Miriam pinching her like forehead,
Yes.
the bard like grabbing her hand, and the leg up when they like pivot over to look at fucking obviously a side quest man is really funny.
Yes, big fucking agree. Thank you so much, Bubbly. This is wonderful.
And really good emphasis on like strong posing.
Mhm.
That's always something that's like really nice to see in an animatic is like snapping from like pose and shot.
Big
It
big
turned out
agree.
really good, and I love it a lot.
Kendra! Puppy Dog City! We've got Nightbot, we've got Automod, we've got the playlist, and Kendra!
little
It's
playlist.
Kendra! It's Kendra,
Everyone's
famous
favorite stream
Kendra!
character. Everyone's favorite stream character of Kendra. This beloved design.
Beloved Kendra. Thank you, Cuppy. Thank you, Cuppy, for drawing beloved Kendra.
I love, by the way, that playlist is so small.
Yeah.
Because either Automod is very big, very likely, or playlist is just the smallest of birds. The
Yes.
smallest. So small.
So cute. Oh, killer lesbian. The dentist will see you now, Frankie.
No! No! No!
Beautiful. Oh, that's so I love.
The lighting.
The lighting is wonderful.
Highly menacing.
I love his arms
Extremely
sticking out
worrying.
like that. That's so scary. I love it. I love
Oh.
it.
This is some fucking Freddy is gonna be there at the fridge posing.
Thank you, killer lesbian.
Thank you so much.
MLM Lemon, Sniper TF2, notoriously just like Megamind.
I mean, I'll be honest, the supervillain version of Sniper's kinda good though.
That's a great cape. I love that.
Yeah, and the boots going on here. This is a look. This is a whole ass look. Valve, are you watching? New skin just dropped.
Oh god. Thank you, Lemon.
Hey, get ready to get the hat that turns Sniper into Megamind.
Megamind and the Australian, the New Zealand flag.
God.
Stunk. I'm gonna think about Hermit, Quarantine Zone, Adrian every day. Also, I think Adrian would have funny antline they were able to befriend. Ooh, oh, look
Yes,
at the long
yes, yes.
hair.
Oh, I love this
Oh,
look.
that
It's
makes
really
sense.
good.
I like that, and I love the way you did the scar. That's really cool.
Yeah, I also like the curl, like flyaways and the fucking the
Yeah.
snark. Just him sit on head. Snark sit on head.
That's really cool. Stunk. This
Yay.
design is great. Oh, I actually something in the prompt is
Yes.
very close to this. This is
Yes.
cute.
It's looking at a Vortigaunt. You look at a human. You cannot help but think about Vortigaunt. Put their chin on human head. Or
Yes.
shoulder. It is simply good.
Oh, I love that look with the mask.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
look
a really
at the
fucking good look.
antlion.
Also, you say I gave Adrian a mullet. I am evil. No, you are good. You are good for
You're
this.
very
You are
smart.
correct.
I might. If
You're correct.
I'm going to borrow elements of this if this is okay, because this is a great
Yeah.
fucking design choice, dude.
Also, I think him having a mullet would make a lot of sense because I
Yeah.
could see him liking to have his hair growing out, but also like he needs to not have it catch in his mask. So,
Yeah, holy shit.
also, a mullet is actually the haircut you will naturally have if you let a buzz cut grow out, because hair that's at the bottom of your head gets longer faster because it's lower.
Look
It
at
sounds weird to say it
the
that
side
way,
bag
but it's
here is so cool. That's a great
true.
idea.
Yeah, I love that a lot.
Look at the
Also,
way the
good
head
rendering of
mask-
an antlion. Those fuckers are complicated.
Yeah, and look at the way the mask fastens on. That's smart. That's
Yeah.
great.
Around the ears, that's a nice look.
Really great stuff, Stunk. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and the Cuppy Dog City pointed out a repurposed Combine shirt. Fucking good one.
Yeah, isn't
do
that
like that.
neat?
Yeah, I like that.
Stunk. I'm not lying. I'm going to be thinking about them for weeks. Yo!
Yay! Good,
Holy
good,
shit.
Also, I love this. This is tender.
Yeah.
Ah.
What a lovely
Ah.
mood.
Oh, I love like that. I love that
Wow.
Adrian's asleep with the mask off, and Art's like looking over him because the trust of
Yes.
the sleeping with the mask off and watching out for each other.
This is so cool and really nice
Yeah.
depth with the hair color. This is lovely.
I
Wonderful
also
work
don't know
stuff.
if this is marker or watercolor, but I really
Watercolor, I
like the
think.
like soft blue and green being used to kind of like quick like rough in like zen growth kind of atmosphere. That's a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, this is lovely work, Stunk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Cyberfire. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. Uh-huh.
I'm so glad I made the
Uh-huh.
C's emote for the server.
Uh-huh. I see. I see. I
It's a
see.
good normal emote you
Uh-huh.
shouldn't ever look at too quickly. Oh, these are a good
This
collection
is
of
very-
emotes under this one.
This is a very good... This is a very good editing run. This is very good. You've done very well.
Honestly, the Photoshop job is actually really tight.
yes.
It's actually quite tight. It's very good. Who put dabbing Squidward on here?
Agree.
Who even has that?
Agree. Agree.
Very powerful.
Thank you very, very
You
much.
painted over the arms entirely. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, this is good. Like, the way you got this chunked out is very nice. It's very in style.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it. Actually, like it pushes the Megamind elements back in the TF2 Painterly style.
This is a great
will
edit.
haunt me.
You should be
will
very
haunt
proud
me.
of your work. Even though it is
Yes.
cursed work.
Horrifying. Beautiful. Thank you.
What is... Oh, a newspaper whacking a cat. Okay, ML and Lemon, two brothers lost to time. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, cause the speed at which he whipped out that emote reactive family was like 2 seconds. That was the fastest emote spelling I've ever seen.
Nightmare.
MLM Lemon.
Nightmare.
This is beautiful. Thank you.
Nightmare. 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 Bubbly. We're so full from tar. Yum. Great. Great. Great.
The Void Jam. The Void
I'm
Jam.
so glad you guys
is-
are eating healthy every day. The sparkles in here are great.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. Oh god, there they the chat is filling with tar jars.
Oh,
He's
copy.
going to oh,
Oh,
I'm sensing you. This is so cute.
that's
this is so
adorable.
cute. This is so cute.
Pet the little man. It's good for him. This is
I
beautiful.
just love like Adrian's like gently like looking up, just like I guess I'm touch starved and okay with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one of those like memes of like, oh, character type X with character type Y that was just like person who was highly touch starved and didn't realize it and cuddliest person on earth. That's this ship.
Yeah.
That's this ship. That's
Yes.
also this ship.
Yes,
That's
yes,
this
yes,
one.
Yes, yes, yes. Big agree. Big agree. Big
I
agree.
love this so much. Cuppy Dog City, I really love the way that you like got that Vortigaunt like neck hump in like literally
Mhm.
one fucking line.
Mm-hmm.
That's gorgeous. The conservation of line work that you do in some of these pieces is like genuinely rad. Like you can tell there's
Seriously.
netting on this hat. You can see like the fluff mark of the hair, but it's pulled out from the silhouettes that it doesn't interact with like the mask. It's dope as fuck, and I gotta highlight it because simple line work like this doesn't always get a lot of attention, but it's some of my favorite shit out there. So
Yeah. Fucking great work,
really
Cuppy.
good.
As always. Lemon.
also pet the man, pet the man.
I've never drawn a Vortigaunt before,
Ooh.
sorry. See, the Matilda has grown double since last night. Big wonderful. Oh, that's cute.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, I love the
With Adrian
sparkles.
signing too. Oh, I love
Yes.
that.
Oh, look at
I-
this. This is
I love that it's
great.
like big,
It's a tentacle.
enthused signing too.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. That's really cute.
That is how you add emphasis in signing, is you just do it bigger. It's cute. I like it. This is what also
The
for
mullet,
first
too, I
attempt at a
love it.
Vortigaunt, this is really good.
Oh yeah,
They're fucking complicated.
they're complicated.
It's like
as
drawing
shit.
a monkey and a horse.
Yes. Fucking thank you, Lemon. This is so cute.
Yes. And I also
Ooh.
really love the fucking poof of curls on between the mask and the hat.
Yes.
Oh fuck yeah, Strawberry Lemonade gay. Something I love about the Half-Life series is the amount that people do like hand sign for characters that are mute.
Big agree.
Yeah.
Cubby Dog City.
Wonderful.
Oh! You understand. You understand the wisdom I've been trying to impart. Yes. Yes. Yes, you understand. You understand.
true.
You understand. You understand.
This is
Horses
like the
materialized
exact
outside my house
emotion.
last night.
This drawing is the exact emotion of every time Bugs goes, you see? You understand? You see? You see?
You
see now?
understand.
This is that. This is that. This is that emotion. I don't know what emotion that is, but this is it. It is triangle mouth.
God bless you. This is wonderful. Thank you, Cuppy.
Truly. I also love the little desks. I think they're cute.
This one has a trypophobia warning. If you have, that, don't look for a bit, okay? I'll let you know when it's gone.
Cute.
Fluffy head crab. Oh,
It's a
Lemon,
fluffy
this
head
is
crab.
cute. Look at the antenna.
It's a fluffy head crab with a spotted coat.
Oh,
Got a
wing.
speckle spotted coat.
This is so
An
cute.
antenna.
Oh, I love
Oh.
the idea of it being kind of split and converging into one. That's great.
Yeah,
Really cool
I
things,
really
too.
like that there's like, it kind of winds up looking like a feather-like, sensing
Mhm.
organism, like around where like the top fluffs have, and then like a tail in the back, which would make sense because like one of their major forms of propulsion is like this very hilariously clumsy jump that they do.
Oh, yeah. This is fucking wonderful. Thank you, Lemon.
Yeah. And he also says, and since Lamar is so pampered, I think she'd end up kind of like the equivalent of a teacup Pomeranian in terms of sheer body to fluff ratio.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're right.
look
You're
at
right.
this.
You're right though. You're right though. This is beautiful.
Wow, the curls. That's so cool.
She is so soft. Do you
She's
want
so
to wear this
fluffy.
wonderful sweater? It is not made out of head crab fur. Do not worry.
Oh, and I love the distinct shape of her arms, too. That's lovely.
Yeah. I really love the like poofles going on here. It's really cute.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lemon.
Yeah, what a sweetheart. I really do like the idea of like, oh yeah, they don't have fur or feathers because they don't have the right nutritions and they're stressed as fuck.
Okay, the trypophobia is now off screen. Cuppy Dog City.
Yeah.
100,000 muscles, basically. You can jump really high, right? Let's test it. Oh, this is cute. This is a great pose.
This is
Oh,
really
shit.
cute. Oh, right on the kidney.
Right on the
know it's just like when a cat like steps on your stomach and
Mhm.
somehow they always like get right on the liver. Ah,
fucking lovely.
I really like the expressiveness of Adrian curls here too. Oh, there's like a
Mhm.
poof around his head. That's really cute.
Yeah, I love that. And I love how you have the little valve sticking off to the side on the mask. That looks great.
Yeah. It's a
Really
nice way to
strong
do it. And good night,
silhouette.
Strawberry Lemonade Gay.
Good night, Lemon.
Yeah.
Pistoles. Oh, look at these little head crabs. How cute.
Oh my god. These absolutely count. Like they're
Mhm.
related to the subject at hand. We always allow fan art that's like, if it's based on what we're talking about, go nuts.
How cute.
Even if it was made at a different time. These are really cute. Oh, ribbon your head crab.
Oh, Cuppy back
Do
at
they
it
not-
again. Huh, what?
Oh, I was just commenting, do head crabs not deserve little funny ribbons?
Oh, true. Oh, purring! Is this not true, MLM? You love to see
there's-
it.
Goals. Goals. You simply love to see it. Goals.
This
Also,
is
that's a very
lovely.
cute- The flustered look through the mask is really good.
Yes, I love that. It's cute. Oh, pumpkin.
Gotta have your pumpkin.
Gordon Footwork, top 10 best things to do with your spouse. Kleiner, Adrian, what the fuck is that? Gordon Footwork, that's too funny.
The rebel Instagrams are getting weird.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Gordon Footwork.
That's beautiful. Oh god. Hi, Cause.
Hi, Cause. What you got? Oh, the worried little bug. And your smile.
Gonna bite into a watermelon like an apple because Frankie believes in me.
Bunny.
Oh,
Bunny.
I love the bunny. Bunny. Simply bunny.
I'm so
Simply
normal.
bunny.
I'm so
So
normal.
So normal. So normal. Also, I think this is almost downplaying the amount of enthusiasm that chat show.
Oh wait, let me move us. What? Hang on. I have to move us both because there. Now you're just peeking over and only my antenna are showing, but you can see
Oh,
chat.
I'm so small. I'm hiding. I'm scared, okay?
Me too.
Jamiroquai was here. I'm so scared and hiding.
Thank you so fucking much, Cause. This is lovely.
Thank you so
Oops.
much, Cause.
Too
These
high.
are wonderful. I'm always real fond of the way you, like, use the cartoonishness of Bugs' design to, like, push expressions. Also, hold this image of me giving a bad idea thumbs up in your heart whenever anyone is about to draw some gay shit. That's me. Cheering you on.
Let's see. Thank you guys so much for coming today.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Big apologies for the technical issues. It's very hard sometimes for me to tell if internet is gonna stay good or decide not to be good, so I appreciate how patient y'all are about it.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys.
Yeah. And speaking of which, we will probably stream next on Sunday. Probably. We'll see how I feel on Friday. I feel like if we were going to stream again before the weekend, it would be then.
Yeah, big agree. We could probably do another. Well, maybe we should do a doodle and talk about that other ship we're talking about with Half-Life.
Yeah.
Aren't we fun, though?
Yeah. Yeah, we got plans. We got ideas. It would be kind of fun to do we are like thinking about Half-Life a lot again, so we'll see how we're feeling.
So I'm gonna send y'all off to Spatzula. I'm just sitting for 30 seconds waiting to see, because I've so far have sent you guys off 2 in a row to streams that ended by the time I got you over there. So
yeah, it's curse of being late stream is sometimes people are oh, Punctuary says I don't think she's ending soon. Good.
Oh, good. Okay, then I'll send over.
As always, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for like supporting us. Thank you for giving gift subs, for having subs, for following, literally just for being here and watching the show or watching the VOD. Supports us in huge ways and lets us continue to do this. And also thank you so much if you donated. Donations go directly to us and do not get a cut taken by Jeff Bezos, which we always appreciate so much. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Now you all understand.